Hello everyone, welcome to VTech Solutions. In this complete Cypress automation course, you're going to learn Cypress from absolute basics to real-time end-to-end framework design step by step with practical examples. If you are a manual tester moving into automation, a Selenium tester planning to switch to Cypress, or a QA engineer who wants faster modern automation skills, then this course is perfect for you. Now let me quickly walk you through what you're going to learn in this course. In module 1, we will begin by understanding the problems in traditional automation tools like Selenium and why modern tools are required. You will learn what is Cypress, how JavaScript plays a key role in Cypress, its features, limitations, internal architecture, and finally a clear comparison between Selenium and Cypress. So you know exactly when to use which tool. Then in second module, we focus on one of the most important topics, locating elements. You will learn how Cypress identifies web elements using CSS selector, including ID, class, and so on, along with the use of SelectorsHub Plug-in. In Module 3, helps you get started practically. You will install Cypress and understand the folder structure, execute existing test scripts, and write your first Cypress test. And also learn how to install, use Cypress XPath plugin. Then module 4, handling of browser navigation, validate page titles, URLs, followed by the fifth module. This is the core hands-on module. You will learn how to handle almost all the web elements such as text box, button, radio button, checkbox, dropdown, dynamic dropdown, multi dropdowns, text validations, links, images, and so on. Followed by how to use the mouse events, and then the seventh module falls under the advanced skill. In seventh module takes your automation skills to the next level. You will learn how to handle alert pop-ups, working with dynamic web tables, iFrames. And in 8th module, you will understand how to manage your test execution effectively using Cypress hooks concept, perform parameterization, and implement data-driven testing with sample real-time test cases. Finally, 9th module, we bring everything together. You will automate a complete end-to-end registration flow, understand page object model in detail, and learn how to implement a scalable Cypress automation framework used in real projects. So if you want to master Cypress automation from scratch to framework level, make sure you watch this course till the end. From here also, you can watch this video, or in YouTube channel, you can go and watch this. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more automation content. If you go to the home page, just scroll down, go to the QA interview questions and answer. I have already generated the Cypress interview questions and answers. You can go through all these questions. These are all most widely asked interview questions. And these are all the agendas we will see it. So first you should know why or what is the existing problem in the because the Cypress or a Playwright, it will be mostly compared with the Selenium, because for web-based application, one of the most demanding and successful tool is Selenium. There is no doubt on it, but still Selenium is having some problem. What are all those problems? How those problems are answered in the Cypress? If we know alone, you will know that the advantage of learning this particular tool. So first,
one of the biggest issue is synchronization issue. It is nothing but weight issues. For example, our code, whatever we have written, that will execute at a fixed speed, zero point 0.5 millisecond or 0.500 millisecond or zero point 0.5 second per step. So it will go in a fixed speed. But we never know how the application will load. Sometimes page will load very quickly. When load is high, page will load slowly. And especially during that call time and all, you will know how a website works and Black Friday. So when suddenly a lot of customers log in into the application, the speed will reduce. So at that time, whether the application automation script will work means mostly no. Some problem we will get it. So to solve this problem, implicit wait, explicit wait, fluent wait, all these needs to be implemented in the Selenium. So this is one of the biggest problem. And inconsistency of test due to the element not visible or available. Sometimes there is a hidden object may not load because of the synchronization issue. Also, we will get element not found, element not visible. So it is very inconsistent, because of that script will fail. And analyzing the execution report for defects or failure, there is no inbuilt reporting system for Selenium. We have to integrate with TestNG in order to get the report, but that report is not so effective. We have to write a lot of function libraries, create a screenshot, and do a lot of things. Then if we have those screenshot only, we will can able to analyze the execution report, which is need additional effort and very important. Nowadays, modern web application, which is using React JS, Angular JS, JavaScript application, Node.js. So mostly this JavaScript application means Selenium may not work properly. But due to the advancement in the web application, the JavaScript becomes very famous. Everyone started using JS functionality. So there is no solution for this itself. In Selenium, we have a JavaScript interface. Using that only you can code it. At least this have some solution. This have some solution. This we need to integrate with a framework. How to put a lot of coding effect. And this is a drawback of Selenium. And modifying the application during runtime for debugging. So when it comes for debugging, to be frank, Selenium don't have any option. In Eclipse, you can pass it and debug it. But during runtime, is it possible for you to update the value and run from that place? Means not possible. Every time you have to launch the application, driver object will be created. So something gets stopped. Once again, you have to start from the scratch. So these are all a very evergreen problem of Selenium. So how we are going to solve this? And all these issues are solved. They are coming up with a lot of features in the Cypress. We are going to see how those things. Before that, what is Cypress? It is an open source. Open source means free of cost. Next generation front end testing tool constructed for modern web application. Of course, API testing also nowadays they are doing, but primary objective is front end testing, and it is built on Node.js and comes packaged as an npm module. So npm module means, for example, Java comes with Maven, MVN. So JavaScript comes with this Node package manager, npm. And this again uses a JavaScript for writing the test, but 90% of the coding can be done using Cypress inbuilt commands. So what they are saying is, even though we are going to code it using the JavaScript, we already learned the JavaScript, all the functionalities, but we will use very less programming language. they made that much effective. They came up with lot of inbuilt commands. So just if you call that command, things will work very easily, which are easy to understand. And this tool addresses the critical pain points of developer, QA engineer, which is engineers used to face when testing the modern web application. So mainly this modern web application is one of the factor where we want Cypress. And it's free, I said, but some features like dashboard are paid. What is that dashboard like? You want to integrate with clouds concept. Many advanced features are paid. So this is one of the trick used by the most of the companies. They give 90 percentage of all the important features for free. At one point of time, when you want to use more advanced features like cloud, maybe after few years, or when your automation suite becomes very large, you need better options, no? So you will be forced, or you will not have any other option. You will go for this paid functionality. Small scale, medium scale project and all not needed, but it depends on the customer. Some customers expect a lot. They will be ready to invest on automation. So they will go for the dashboard. I'll be showing everything using the application. For today, let's try to learn theoretically and the impact of JavaScript in the web development. I think already this point I said, as of 2022, 1.8 billion websites in the world. It means almost 98% of the websites uses JavaScript as client-side programming language, which shows its increasing popularity. So it means what? Every application, 98 percentage means almost all the web applications uses the JavaScript without any doubt. So they are very clever. Cypress, they decided why can't we go with a JavaScript? Because the web browser itself JavaScript. Let's choose a programming language using a JavaScript, and they came up with this solution. That is one more drawback. You can't use Java. You can only use JavaScript. So there are some features like automatic waiting, time travel, consistent appointment meeting. So features of Cypress, time travel, it is one of the best feature. You will be seeing that shortly. Automatic waiting, it means what? The biggest problem like synchronization issue like implicit wait, explicit wait, fluent wait. If you are from the background of Selenium, you would have understood what I mean, or else you nothing to worry about it. All these are no more needed. Automatically, everything is handled, automatic waiting. And if this is work properly, consistent result, you're going to execute a particular test case 5 times, 10 times, all the 10 times the results going to be the same way. And while doing the execution, screenshots will be taken, video recordings also will be taken. It means what? You're going to execute like 100 test case for all the 100 test case, end-to-end test case, screenshot, and how it is happening video. So indirectly, you're creating a documentation of your entire project. You can use it for reverse KT purpose or new giving knowledge transfer on an application just by giving those videos. It will be easy for a new, if for example, if I'm going to onboard a new automation resource, it is easy. I can tell this is a video repository, screenshot repository. Go and learn about the application because this is one of the biggest problem while when we take a new resource teaching about the application. Such things now they made it easier with this option and debugging. Very nice debugging options we have it. We'll see that and we can able to network traffic control steps clocks API testing like many options related to API testing. Everything can be done in the Cypress. So some all features we will be see one by one. And before Cypress, after Cypress, see, before Cypress, if you want to go with an automation tool, means in order to perform an end-to-end, what we need to do, we need to install the Selenium, and we have to choose the framework like TestNG, Jasmine, QUnit, Karma. Depends on mostly TestNG is fine, but when we go for a modern web applications, we have to upskill the framework because these are all the frameworks which works for JavaScript application much better and wrapper and then additional libraries and assertions libraries like chai expert many things everything we have to add it one by one we have to integrate it, so setup is not that much easier. But after Cypress what they are doing is all in one testing framework, assertion library with mocking, stubbing, everything. Very important, no need of Selenium, no API file. Directly I can communicate with the Chrome browser, Firefox, Edge browser. So no more .exe file of respective browser. So it means what version issues, everything is resolved. It's not like every time you have to go and update the versions. So that's something like whatever all the integration, just you got it in a single setup with proper folder check structure and everything. That is something very easy for someone to start directly. And of course, it is having some drawbacks. That is, it does not have a vast communities support like Selenium, but this is like now it's getting changed. Even though the community setup is very less, but the usage of the tool, many companies, to my knowledge, Euro project means Cypress is compulsory. When you go and check in India, most of the openings they say you want Selenium, but Selenium using Python is value added. But when you check Europe side, they say Cypress is compulsory. Selenium, if you have, it's a value added. So that much impact it have already created. Once you start working in these tools, then you feel like you will understand what I mean. At the end, you will understand that. And this is drawback. It does not provide C Sharp, Java, or other programming language, and they purposefully did that. And it will not provide mobile automation testing, only API testing. So they made a very clever move like if you're going to use my tool, there are some assertions, some inbuilt library, all these things you have to use it. And if you want to upgrade to the next advanced level, you have to go for the dashboard and all, you have to pay for it. So this was the model they followed it. And regarding the architecture, if you all remember in all everything I will compare with Selenium and teach, then only it will be easy for you to visualize. In Selenium, normally what we will do, if you have a browser, you will have an Eclipse IDE. In between, one more layer, this API will come. Respective browser API will download it through JSON protocol. Okay, I can show that now. See here. So we have IDE. In that IDE, respective programming language will be added. In order to update, in order to automate the browser, we have to update the browser and the respective API file needs to be downloaded .exe file. Through this only we can communicate. This is how the architecture in Selenium 3. Selenium 4, they removed the JSON wire protocol. Directly we can able to interact with the browser, but again you need that API. Without that .exe file, we cannot do the automation. So, but when it comes for Cypress, what exactly happening in order to automate a particular the Cypress is built on the Node.js. Everything is inside the browser itself. So the see in simple terminology, You are going to execute your code outside the browser in Selenium. But here, everything, the Cypress becomes a part of the browser. That is why it can able to control every network activity. So whatever the communication happens between the client and server, everything it can able to control. It will wait for it. That's why automatic waiting and all comes into the picture. So Cypress has developed its engine is Node.js. Through that only we are doing it, and it is inside the framework, inside the browser. So that's value added. So through WebSocket, it is trying to communicate with this, sending the request, getting the response, and automating it. So that's in simple terminology. Maybe at the later part, after completing these topics, I'll explain more technically. As of now, it is executing inside the browser. There is no need of Selenium, any API file. Everything we can able to automate it with less effort. And the difference between Selenium and Cypress, you must know what. Why? Because whenever we suggest some tools to the customers, we have to tell some comparison. So through comparison only we can make it. So what are all the advantages or features? Application support. Here only web applications. Here both web and API. But Selenium with REST assured API, Selenium, then we have something called APM, which is developed above Selenium. You can do the mobile automation also. But a lot of setups needs to be done for that. This web and API becomes an inbuilt of Selenium. Programming language, very vast selection for Selenium, but here JavaScript and the TypeScript. And the browser support almost all the important browser. Here, less than that, like Chrome, Firefox, Edge, WebKit, Electron, Brave, like that. And driver dependency .exe file, you no need to worry about this. This is one of the biggest headache for all the automation folks. But in Selenium 4, they have solved it. Still, you no need to worry about downloading any .exe file in order to execute. The browser setup very difficult in Selenium, but Cypress very easy. And this is where framework they have created Mocha.js JavaScript framework. It becomes an inbuilt framework. So you cannot use a other framework. For example, Selenium can be automated using Cucumber framework, TestNG framework, JUnit framework. I have a very vast range of tools. PyTest using Python, but this is they made it as Mocha.js framework, and execution speed Selenium is very slow. This is fast as Cypress scripts are execute within the browser, no? So there is nothing like interaction between from code to other. Everything happens within the browser. This performance will be very good when compared with the Selenium. Handling multiple tabs, multiple browser, which is supported in Selenium, which is not supported in Cypress. But there are some workaround here. If we follow that, then we can do it. What are all those things? I will come later. And the integration, Selenium can be integrated with wide range of tools, CI/CD. This is very less when compared to Cypress is having very less tools when compared to Selenium. Time travel, not supported. Supported. What is time travel means? After execution, I can go back and see, like if you're executing like a very big end-to-end test case. Okay, page 2, like 10 pages there, page 1, 2, 3, 4. Now you want to go and see at page 3 what happened, means you can do that. You automatically the time travel, you can scroll up and see what was before entering value, what happened after entering the value. This is like a game changer for the Cypress. And real-time reloads not supported. Tests are reloaded when any change is made. So when you make a changes at that time, automatically retesting can be done. Automatic waiting, I already said no requirement to add implicit wait, such waits, because everything is running within the browser. So better performance. And then comes the screenshots and videos. So by default, it is not available. So we have to develop or write a lot of big library files in Cypress, but by default, it is provided in the site. In Selenium, we need to do a lot of coding part. Cypress, by default, it is available. Mobile testing, we have APM, but it is not supported. Reporting, again, we can able to integrate with lot of reporting like Cucumber reporting, extends report. Extends report is one of the most important report in all the automation tools. But what's the problem with the Cypress is we have something called Mocha reporters and the Cypress dashboard. So because they are pushing you to use the Cypress dashboard, which is paid one, but still Mocha report is also good. Externally, you can use that because Mocha frameworks we are using, Mocha reporter, we can use it. And license costs, it is free. So here, both free and paid. Test runner, which we will see, dashboard, paid one, and handling a data. So very easier in Selenium to use the Excel sheet, database connectivity and all. But what is the biggest problem here is if you want to use any data, you have to use only JSON format. You cannot use Excel sheet. This is such a big problem of the Cypress. So we can use it to use other external data. So we have to convert the data into JSON format. You can write a program to convert the Excel sheet into JSON. So that conversion needs to be done as externally. Quite. This is the place where we need to add some code, but again, it's a one-time task. If you know how to convert a single Excel file, then everything can be done easily. And also online tools are there how to convert .xl file into a JSON format. It can be done. So these are all the comparison. Why Cypress becomes very, very, very useful one. Now comes object identification. So 90 percentage of our task is to identify our object correctly. Identifying means this is a web page. So if you have a web page, what is our idea? We have to automate any web page which will contain text box, radio button, checkbox, drop down, images, logo, mouse over, then calendar or date picker, or else button. So how we are going to do that? In if you see in the Selenium, we have 8 locators and we have XPath plays a very important role. But in Cypress, mostly we will use the CSS selector. CSS selector again, it's one of the best object identification mechanism, especially for modern web-based application. So that is what we are going to use. Still, you can use XPath. For that, you need to install some plugin so that XPath can also be used in Cypress, but it's not an inbuilt. Remember, note it down. Cypress is not having an inbuilt feature of XPath. If you want to use XPath, you have to install it. So let's learn what is that CSS selector. And one of the important thing, 90 percentage of our work is to identify a particular web element. If you properly identify this field means, then after that entering the value. If you identify this checkbox, after that it is about check or uncheck. So object identification is one of the very, very, very important one. One good thing is you already have a tool called SelectorsHub. It's a free. You can install this plugin in projects and all. You can use that selectors. See. So can you go to this website? So directly you can add to Chrome and select a hub. See, you can install almost for all the automation tool. It's coming. It's a free only. Maybe some very advanced application. They are also giving some paid version of Selector Hub where the object identification will be much better. But mostly free version is enough. Good part is it is developed by an Indian only, which everyone is using now in all QA stuff. So you can install that. This is the tool. This is how the tool will look like. For example, I want to find the first name. So from here, even without going to the tool, I can copy the relative selector, the CSS selector, everything. Suppose if I want to go and check how that it will be, you have to go to selector. So here itself, you can see this is what relative CSS selector, XPath, everything. What is that? I'm going to teach you, but I'm saying you have a readily available tool, you can use that. Nothing wrong in it. In all the real-time project, we will be using 90 percentage, 95 percentage, it will be perfect. Sometimes it may not work. There are some scenarios we may get into that. So at that time, you have to use some advanced concepts. You have to write it by yourself. Okay. Now, what is that CSS selectors? See here. XPath means XML path. Everyone knows that mostly. A document which is in the XML format. We can write the XPath, obsolete XPath, relative XPath, and all. Still, you want to learn about that means let me know. I'll share you on YouTube video where entire XPath concept is explained. Now, for us is most important is CSS selector. So it is nothing but select the HTML element you want to style. So with this concept, you can able to do a very common way of web development. Before and all for this text box, separate design. But now I can say all the text box comes under one design. Radio box comes under another design. So if I want to maybe increase this border size, if I mention it in one place, automatically all other place it will be done. So you can see the styles. So everything in a common way. These are all nothing but the CSS selector. So this is one of the advancement in the web application. See how here the element which you paragraph can be centered and red color. So what I mean to say is, for example, here you are having a lot of paragraph like this, like this, like this, like this. This all paragraph. But every time you go and edit and increase the size, rather than that, I can give it in a one common place. Here I can mention every paragraph must be centered or it should be in this color, that color, and you can increase the size here, this one. So you can have multiple paragraph, but still a common place where you can do it. So this is what something game changer happened in the web development. So it is the language we use to style an HTML document, CSS selector. See, a lot of things are there, introduction. So if you want, anyhow, it's not in our, we are not going to do the web development, but still we must know it. The full form is cascading style sheets, which is used for much better web applications. So nowadays, every web application, they are coming up with a lot of advanced concept using the CSS design. So that's why CSS selector, if we use it, it will be very easier for us to identify the object. So here, Cypress only supports CSS selector. Of course, you can able to use the XPath. However, it does not comes by default. So you have to install Cypress XPath external plugin. That is one thing. We have to remember. So the CSS selector, what are all the locators or the way how you can identify this using the ID, class, attribute, and substring. So let's try to learn one by one. So first one is ID. Okay, I'll go to the particular one. So what exactly that ID is all about? Okay, this is the syntax to find the ID. So maybe if I want to find this first name, let's try to understand. See, inspect. Inspect means right click. You're going to understand what is the backend code. See, if you want to see entire web page code, you can go to the view page source code. So everything. See, these are all CSS selector. Actually, mine was initially a normal web application. Later, I changed to JavaScript application. You can use this website or else any other websites also you can use it for automation purpose. So these are all the JavaScript. So from this identifying the first name and all, it's a very complicated task and you will have a chunk of codes. You don't know exactly which code it is. For that only, we have an option called inspect. It's a developer tool. Or else from this dot dot dot, you can go to the tools. Where is the tools? Settings, more tools. See, developer tools or control shift I or F11. If you put when you open for the first time, remember it will be like this only. First, automation practice. Don't keep it in the right side like this. See, if you keep it right side, you see this menu is totally hidden because this website works on both mobile. This is a mobile view, but how will you identify? So that is where the problem comes. So basic fundamental thing, whenever you want to identify any web element, dock to bottom. See now we saw that list, right? The menus. So this is the first thing you should remember. And we will have a lot of tabs in that element tab. Again, if you install the selector app, you will have the selector app. See right side, you have it. So now in the element, you have this option. You can click and move above every web element. So parallelly, that code, it will be displayed in this place. For example, when I click on this, so this is the backend code for first name. We say this as a tag name and this type, name, ID, these are all called attributes and equal to attributes and its value. This is how it will be designed. So for the first name, if I want to identify, first many mechanisms are there. First, they said ID. The syntax for ID is this one. So what they are saying, first mention the input HTML tag. What is the HTML tag for this is? Input. See, this is what they mentioned. Input and hash symbol is used to represent ID. ID hash. So remember, there are some here. If you see a lot of attributes, name is there, ID is there, value, type, text, everything is there. But why ID means ID is one of the unique value. It will not change very often. It will be very unique in most of the cases. So that's why we always choose ID. Even in Selenium, the first locator, 8 locators we have, first preference we will give it to the ID locator. Then only we'll go to the name. So here, if you want to use ID, how to mention hash symbol and value of that. See this one. Click here, press Ctrl F. You will get find by string selector means CSS selector or XPath. Paste it here. This will be highlighted and make sure it is one of one. One of one means I have identified a particular web element correctly. So mostly with ID, we can able to automate very easily. So this is for the text box, or edit box. Suppose if I want to use this for a radio button, let's take the middle value, this one female. So in this place, whenever you automate like this, try to see the next nearby values also. So type same, name same, ID is different. See, ID is different. And what is tag? Input tag. Input tag only. Hash ID value. This one. See, one of one. This is for the radio button. So like this, we can able to do it and see automatically it's giving like this. No, so what sometimes you can give directly hash symbol without tag name also, it will work. So if I say like this, that also will work. So that is what here displayed as CSS selector here. So selector hub, if you install, half of your problem is solved. But there are some very rare scenario where in customer they will give some mission where you cannot install any of this app. So you will be in a big trouble. For that, you should know how to write it. And there is a second way we can able to identify a web element using the class attribute. See, again, I'm saying the class attribute is not that much effective in normal web-based application. If you see in Selenium, we will never use class attribute. Mostly ID, name, XPath, we will do it. But in modern web application and all, class attribute plays a very important role. So for that, syntax. Let's try to copy the syntax. So what they are saying, tag and dot is for class. Hash symbol is for ID. So if that's the case, okay, let's try to use maybe table. Say in this is a complex scenario, we will be automating it for sure. But before itself, I'm saying like here we use the class attribute. I want to retrieve this value. So there is no ID, only class we have it. And you see this one entire calendar. I want to control class attribute, class attribute, class attribute for that error. So this class attribute plays a very important role. So how can I write that? In this place, we may mention div dot. Dot means what? Class. And then the value. See, it identified one of one. We can able to retrieve the value. Sometimes with input tag, without, that is not input tag, HTML tag, sorry. Not every time this will be working perfectly. Sometimes multiple web elements also we can find it. So in the submit, if you see class attributes, okay, much better. No, not much better. So okay, dot. So I can able to see submit button. What else? Okay, if I want to identify this particular web element, there is no class attribute. Nothing is there. Only label tag is there. So how we will do it? Upcoming topics you will understand this. In this place, You have the class attribute, but if you choose this, what will happen? Totally one of six web element with class attribute. So this is the place where you have to use your common sense. Which is better? Should I go with ID? Should I want to use the class locator? So first preference, always go to the ID using the hash symbol. If that is not working, then go with the class attribute, that is dot hash and dot. Now I want to use any attribute value. So just now we saw one example, like if you go with this one, just I'm saying, if you go with checkbox class attribute, six objects there. What if I go with ID? It will identify, see, one of one. But how this number comes, no? This is 0, 1, 2, VFB 22, 23, 24, 25, 20 hash 5. Tomorrow, if this functional testing kept here, means what will happen? Script will pass, but it will choose a wrong value. You may want to choose testng, but that become here. But usually if it goes with ID, it will fail. Possibilities are there. It will not fail. It will choose a very wrong one, very risk area, right? Suppose in a healthcare application, you have to choose a medicine. They will keep adding the application. If you are doing with ID, some other value, if it comes, means then it's a problem if they insert. So these are all some real time problem. You will face it in that place using this concept, that is attribute value, will be very helpful. Let's try to form that. First one, it's an input tag. With or without this also we can do it. And in the square bracket, attribute equal to value. What is an attribute here you will use? Let's see test engine. Let's try to check this particular web element. Let's inspect this. And you see here value. The value of that is test engine. Anything can change, but this value will never change if you think logically. If this comes here also, the value attribute remains the same value, and its value attribute and its value will remain the same. See, this is an attribute name. So what I can do, Control F, input square bracket. I'm going to use value attribute equal to test engine. See, one of one. Suppose in future, if some other things come, anything, mostly here they will have a value attribute. I can use, okay, let's take others. See, it is identifying one of one. Even for radio button, this will work. If everything remains the same, I'll put here female, one of one. Female is all, so radio button checkbox and all, using the attribute equal to value makes very easier. But now you see, if I want to identify this logo, what is the problem here? There is no ID. Class is there. Image responsive logo. This is something based on my experiences. This is not a good value. If we give, it may not work properly. And if you give SRC, this is a link where the image is uploaded. Tomorrow, if they changes the location, script will fail. I can't give style or sizes. So alt I can give. Mostly for image identification and all, we will give ALT tag. So how can I use that now? IMG is the first tag name. So IMG, how many IMG? So totally 11 img is there. In that, I want to use alternative text and the value is say 1 of 1. So third one, what we learned will be very, very, very useful when the object you are unable to identify with the ID or class, you can use this concept. What we have written that along with the selector app, see it has used the same code no img alt. So what is this actually? It's an algorithm in the back end. They have already written a program. If you're going to inspect, go within this sequence like that. It's saying. So this is also done. Sometimes what will happen, the attribute value itself very dynamic. See this one, this particular button we want to identify. There is no ID. If you see, there is no ID. Class, it's not there. So we have to use attribute. We can use name attribute, nothing wrong in it. But what is the problem here is that new browser window 123 is there, right? This sometimes, see, most of the web development nowadays is through the automated process, drag and drop. The entire website I have created without even coding a single line. That is the era we are here. Any web page you can develop in just a matter of few days. That too, using the chatbot and all, you go and tell, I need this page like this. It will give all the code. You have to copy paste it and design according to your wish. So it means what? The code is generated by the machine. The IDs will be very, very dynamic. That is an advantage for web developers, but it's a biggest drawback for automation folks because we have to identify a web element which is unique. When they are using some automation tools or some plugin means, every time they put a new build. I hope you know what's the meaning of build. When they change script and when they deploy the code, the build will be done raw. That time, what will happen? This type of things will keep changing. So how can we identify that? And if you see here, there is something called prefix. So you're saying prefix suffix means what? Prefix means first part of. So now prefix means first part. Suffix means at the end. So you're saying the prefix is fixed. So what does that fixed? You're saying like new browser window. I will take this as a prefix. I can say which so the same where it is here. This is the syntax. Let's take the syntax. So now HTML tag. Again, we have to use attribute because ID and class is not available. Let's go to the application. It's a button, Control F, uh, button, square bracket, name equal to, it's a normal one without, this is how we learned 1 of 1. But now what we are saying, this 1, 2, 3 will change. I'm saying this is fixed. This is fixed. So what I can do is here I can put that cap symbol, which will be where it will be above number 6. Now, if I remove this, it means I'm saying like that particular name attribute value will start with new browser window. Even you can say new browser also. Nothing, but the problem here is new browser. Here also new browser there. Sometimes it may have 1 of 2. So like this, we can do it. Now, purposefully, what I'm doing in the application, I'll cut this. Purposefully, I'm changing this to some number. Control F, Control V. See, but now also it is working now because I'm saying the starting part of the prefix is fixed. If that web element name attribute starts with this means that's the object I wanted. Simple. So this is also done. Mm, Here you can't use it. This is an inner text value. It's a different scenario. The last part of that is first part prefix. Suffix means at the end it ends with some particular value. So how it is done? With the help of dollar symbol. Many ways are there. Today I'm just giving an heads up. In addition to that, I will introduce some more way how we can identify. We'll see that parallelly. This is alert pop-up. Okay. 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 Give a try. Input type equal to email. Suppose let's assume I will we have like this control F control V. So now what I'm saying, we have to say suffix. When you mention dollar symbol, it says that it ends with the email. And didn't backend code needs to be done accordingly. Just assume like this is how we can do it. So in the starting, some particular ID is getting dynamically generated, but the end word, its email means then suffix with the help of dollar symbol. So, and now comes star. Star means what? Either first part or last part, it doesn't matter. So it means instead of prefix and suffix, you can directly use this match a substring. Very, very useful one. Third one. So yeah, you see, now I can't use prefix or suffix. So if I do it in a normal way, it's a button and a name attribute equal to the value. Tomorrow, if number changes in the starting or at the end, it is going to be a problem. So what I am doing, I will take a unique value, and in this particular place, what we should give? We should give star. That's it. So it will identify. The easiest way to identify the particular web element. Now let's move on to the installation part. So for first, what we need to do, go to the command prompt. Any questions? All good till now? Shall we start the installation part? Okay. Okay, fine. It's a very easy. Just follow the document, or else today's recording is more than enough. That's why I didn't try anything. I'm going to start from the scratch. I just want to know is there any error and any new error, whether we will get it or not. So first npm install. So like if we want to use Maven project, that MVN is important, no? So Maven project or that particular plugin will be installed in Eclipse. That's an inbuilt one. Same way for JavaScript Node. If you install Node.js, automatically this npm will be available. If not, what you can do, you have to mention npm install. Or else it will say npm is not unable to find something like that. You will get it. So try to install npm Cypress using npm. We navigate to the project array, execute. Okay, fine. First npm install. So up to date. Already I have installed for the past patch. Sorry to 172 package. It will take some time for you. So you no need to worry about it. If you have some 24 vulnerabilities and all, no need to worry. If you it's not going to make a big difference if you fix it also. It's fine to go with it. Close this. Now npm is there. I think npm node hyphen version. npm hyphen version. So when you install Node.js itself, Node itself, you this will be installed 9.8.1. You can upgrade that also. That is also possible. I'm just saying all the possibilities. Now to install the Cypress using npm. Npm means Node Package Manager. Navigate to the project directory and execute the following command. So what they are saying is, first, let's try to create a folder. We'll create a folder V38 Cypress match for my understanding. So in this location only, we are going to do the setup. You can open the command prompt here. See, two ways are there. One is navigating to this particular URL, opening command prompt, cd space the path. If you mention, see, it is navigated to this mentioned path. Now you have to run that command, or else shortcut, you click on this, type cmd, enter, it will go to this mentioned path. Either way you can do it. Now what we need to do, we need to run npm init or npm init -y. Better to go with, now let's type this npm init -y. Go with this again one. Okay, enter. So already it's created default project. Sometimes init means it will ask what is the package name. You have to type this, enter, author name. You can type it and complete it. So if you mention why, directly it is done. Let's see the folder. Some packages created. Say packages created. Cypress. This one. You can open this using the JSON format. Yeah. So it took the project name, version, description, here author we didn't mention, but just saying run that particular comment. Then what we need to do, npm install saved tab. It takes some time to complete the installation. Next one, now only we are going to install the Cypress. So the same path. So just follow this document, npm install Cypress save dev. It takes some time to complete the installation. So in this folder only, this project setup is done with entire frame, that folder structure, everything, framework, libraries, everything will be created under a name called modules. See, a modules, node modules, necessary library files if you want to compare this with Java. See here, it's getting done. Completed and okay, it's done, I think so. Okay, npm again, 25 caches. Okay, already it's there. Time completed. I think it's running. HUS. I should get this one. It takes some time. What's 13? So all the jar, this is mean supporting files, you see. Everything it's downloaded. Got stuck. One more time I will do it. I want this. Bulk request. Okay. Okay, fine. Let that be. I think installation is done, but I am not getting this message. Fine. If we any error comes, I didn't close that, let that be as it is. Now what we need to do, we have to open this particular folder in the Visual Studio Code. This one. Okay. Open the Visual Studio Code. So I'm going to open folder. Okay, think I'll come out and go inside. Okay, we got the okay, I'm closing this. We got this two folders, notes and other stuff. Okay. Now what is the next step? We have opened it. What you need to do, open a new terminal inside the VS Code and type npx Cypress verify. This is very important. Now we will know whether we did right or not. Setup C, run, not run terminal, new terminal. Okay, it's getting hanged. Mm, okay, now we got it. npx, if this is not npm, we are going to run. See, when for installation npm, for executing npx, npx Cypress verify. Enter. We have to get this verified Cypress. Now, if there is any issue, we will know that. Okay. No installed. Please reinstall Cypress. Cypress install. Cannot read the binary file. Okay. See, now only it got completed. Okay. It means that you have to wait for a long time. Simple, guys. So it takes some time to do this. I didn't mention that in the document, but you please note it down. When you run this command, you have, okay, here I mentioned. Okay, it takes time to complete the installation. Fine. Now what I will do it, I will run it again now. We'll see. Yeah. See, the backend is, this is how we can confirm it. All things are done. Now when we run it, verified Cypress, you have to get this. Then only it will work. See, without this, please don't go to the next step. Things will not work out. Then you have to create a new fold and same process you have to start from the scratch. Now let's try to run the Cypress npx Cypress run npx Cypress open or run. It's an open run for executing the test. Open. You will get this pop-up. Allow access. This one. This one. See. This is test manager. So you want to learn about a Cypress, what's in the latest version, Cypress 13. You can see that. Continue. Let me open. See, this is what run manager. If you see in the slide, it is already mentioned. And we have to configure the folder structure. There are two types. One is component testing. It means unit testing. Another one is E2E testing, end-to-end testing. Choose this end-to-end testing. By default, all these files will be selected. Cypress config support E2E. It's a folder. In this place only we will write the test cases, and this is used for writing a reusable method. And already it is having a lot of examples you can add as of now. Continue. So by automatically what are all the browsers available in the your existing system, it will show. It's a Chrome, this version, Edge, Electron. Again, this is a wire version of Chrome and Firefox. You can decide which you want it. See this one. You want to execute this particular test case. Which one? I'll go with the Chrome browser. So now you see automatically it will choose one localhost IP. Here in this place only, once we create the test case, we will see that here. Anyhow, still we didn't the spec file, we didn't create it. So already you can create a new spec file here, or else you want to get the feel of automation testing means always starts with the execution project. This is how even when you enter into any automation project, first you will be given execution work. After that, fixing the failed script. Third, only you will be given that opportunity to enter the code. So now I will create. Later, I will delete this. I'll create. I just chosen that. Okay, got it. So already all the test case added. See here. Let me. Okay, refresh. Cypress downloads, E2E downloads, still nothing downloads are there. The test cases are there. Fixtures means test data, support file, everything it's there. Now you can see that from this place also. Now you see Cypress. So this is the place we are going to end-to-end test case. In test data will be kept here. So downloads we will be using a lot of things, screenshot, other things we will download, everything will come here. E2E means by default, some of the test cases is already there. You see some basics test cases, and then picture means test data. Anyhow, you will see those things again and again. So like this is the test data, key and value pair. This is the test data where key and value. This is key and its value. This is how values are given. Command. So if you want to create a reusable method like login application step by step, we will do it. That entire thing you can make it as one reusable method. You can add it here. User defined reusable in the comment. And end-to-end a common configuration for entire project means e2e.js will mention it. What are the modules we have installed? It is available here. And this is a Cypress config. Suppose in future you want to add some report, some external things, you have to come and configure it. After that, while creating, this is already created .json file, package JSON file. So now pending is, this is the code of it. See, as a beginner, you want to understand everything means you can come and learn this. How to launch. This is how a test case starts. Before each, after each, hooks concept, it block, how to launch the application. Everything they have already given with some examples. You can learn from here also. So many examples are here. Utility, storage, if it is a network API testing, you want to do it and you don't know how to do means first download this example, glance these program, you will get an idea about it. So yeah, how to validate a particular response code, request code, exact body, everything they have given, navigation commands, locations, cookies, assertions, everything it is already available. So now what we will do, we'll try to run this. You can run it. Okay, what we will do is I'll close all these things. Terminal in Cypress open. You will get that particular run manager. From that, we can execute it. First time only, it will ask for us to do the configuration. Once that is done, now see configured E2E testing. If you want, you can use Firefox also. I'm going with Chrome browser. Now under the spec, you have it. See, so when I click on this, automatically set testing started. See, so this is a website they are trying to show us. So what I was saying is that time travel. Now you can execution is completed. Suppose you want to know what was the, see, it is highlighting, it is identified, chosen the first value. Like this, we can able to go and see exactly every step what is happening in the application. Suppose I want to run maybe navigation test case. Click on this. So go to reload. So it starts like this. Then what happened? It came, it went there. It checked for that. See, keeps watching here. It clicked it this place and it got the drop down. And in that, I'm trying to choose the navigation. Clicking on that. See, it is highlighting before, after, before, after. So after means you click here, after, before, and page loaded. It went to the URL. And then here I clicked on back button, new URL came, and I'm assertion means validation and verification. So this time it is going to navigate like this. We can able to check everything. So what if it is network request, TDD style, everything. This is nothing but the API testing. All the things we can do it. So your action item for today is, suppose the same thing I want to execute it in the Firefox browser. This is like a cross browser testing. Now, just now we executed in one of the browser. Okay, I want to execute that in the Firefox browser. So you can do cross browser testing just like that without making any big setup. Not now. See ya. Now the same test case may be that navigation test case. I want to check it in the Firefox. It's working. And you can, this is a one of, if you worked in a Selenium, you will know how tough to do these things. You have to do a lot of settings in the XML configuration and all, but here it's all about just choosing the option. We have something runner, very easily we can able to do it. And if something getting passed, something is getting failed, you'll get all the details here. CI/CD, we can do it. But again, sometimes all these features are available only in the dashboard setting, project setting, device setting, everything is there. Again, you no need to go and change anything, but you can see that in which editor. If you have any IntelliJ, PyCharm, you can code it even in that also. You can choose that. And this only paid one. Configure the recording for cloud. So we have to create a cloud account. In that, all the reports will be saved automatically. Mail will be sent to the respective person if we make any configuration. It's like after completing sanity regression, mails will be triggered to everyone. CI/CD, all the things we can do just like that. So I'll close this. I'll close this. I don't want this. You can close this. Okay. So that's about the folder structure. Now we will start from the scratch. So I don't want this. If you want, you can keep it in your local. I just want to remove all these, whatever it is in the E2E. Even you can go to the reveal folder structure. So inside the E2E, I don't want this. Okay. So now we are going to start our first program, that is to launch the application. Very easy one. First, we have to create the file name, and the file name, let me put test case 01, and this is the first Cypress program. So in that, the extension is very important. Cypress CY. Okay. Dot. It's a JavaScript. cy.javascript. cy.js. This is how you need to name the file. Okay. And now what we need to do, we want to use the Cypress commands, so that we have to import that library. So how to import that library is, it's very easy. / square bracket reference types equal to Cypress slash, like that is open and close. So now only if you have this alone, auto suggestion of the Cypress comments, you will get it. So this is the first step. Import all the necessary file. Then comes, we have to create the automation suite. In the automation suite, we may have many test cases. It is like module wise or sanity suite, regression suite, smoke testing suite. In that, we may have n number of test cases. No, so let's try to create the automation suite. How you can do that is with the help of describe keyword. And see, describe a suite containing nested suites and test. And this is a mocha. This is again a framework which is an inbuilt of Cypress. So we are trying to follow the Mocha framework. So describe. And in Mocha, this is how Mocha framework. You go and check it. See, Mocha test framework, which is specifically for JavaScript, is a feature-rich JavaScript test framework running for Node.js browser and async. So all these things. So you can see how everything, whatever we want to learn, every code is already available. How you can write it in the Mocha. See here, one suite, within that you may have another suite. This is the test case. So like this only, we are going to code it here. So describe, I'm opening the bracket, and within the double quotes, we have to give the title. So I'll say automation suite, comma, and we need to write the first, this we say a function, and starts with curly braces. So this is the automation suite we are creating. In this place, okay, if see, either you can write a function like this. This is one way of doing it, or else you see, this is called arrow bracket. So equal to and greater than symbol. Sometimes you can use like this. Equivalently, you can do like this. This is also correct. Remember, either way, you can do it. Not explicitly, you should write function, arrow bracket, arrow braces, we will say. So this is creating the suit. Now we want to create the test case. Test case means test case 1, test case 2, test case 3, like that. In a suit, we may have in number of test case, no? So it is done with the help of it block. So it block the description, launch the application, comma. So first I will try with the function, curly braces. So that's it. So this is suit. This is suit. This is test case. You can have multiple test case. So we return a function and now we want to launch the application. So there is a keyword called cy. Cy means already they have created global variable cy. It's nothing but the Cypress. All the things are already, all the available methods are already available inside that particular variable. So cy dot to launch the application, we say visit method. See paragraph, the given URL. And within the double quotes, mention the URL. So I'll mention this URL. So what this will do, this will launch the application. So let's try to check that. Let me run open terminal, new terminal. And what we need to do, npx Cypress open, enter. When you press up, what the previous executed commands, everything will be saved. Now the test runner, we got it. And first we have to choose the browser. End-to-end testing, already it is configured. Which browser we want? I want Chrome browser. Start E2E testing in Chrome browser and see the test case. The reason why I deleted the previous one means lot of files it will display. Now it will be easy for us to view. But when you are doing it, please don't delete it. You go and glance those programs after completing all the topic. So when you click on this, execution is started. So this will launch the mentioned URL. And home page, it takes a time. I'll tell you what is the level of backend communications happening and how this tool is tracking. I'll show you that. See, now it's launched the application. So it is waiting till all the objects are loaded. This is what I said, automatic wait. And when we see that here, see that this is a log. Before launching, so many so many plugins I have used to interact. So whatever the plugin, the home page is interacting, every detail, see, every details it will be displaying. So a lot of communications happens. Additional details, if you want to understand about the application, you can check that. So we have created the suite. See, you can see the description, what you have given, that will be the title of that. First, we created a test case one for Cypress program, and then suite, this automation suite is having the test case using the it block. So for launching the application, what is the method used? It's a visit method. Okay. Now, same program, see the same program, I can also code it in another way, arrow function. This is like this also. I can either you can write simply a function or else it same program only, launch the application and comma arrow function means bracket equal to greater than symbol curly braces open. This is called arrow function. The second I press Control S in the backend, it started executing. See, anyhow, let that be. So cy dot visit to which URL you want to launch. I want to launch the same URL. Control S. Now you see two test case will execute. Launch the application using that direct function name. Once this loading is fully completed, it went to the second test case. This is using the arrow function. See, to test case successfully executed. So why you have to know this? Because sometimes what will happen, you would have coded everything in sometimes like while reading the test data and some places, this arrow function may not work. Reason, no one knows that. maybe some defect. Sometimes in future you're saying everything is correct, but still it is not working means convert that to a function, it will work. So, but in all the blocks, if you go and check it, they will not write like this. They will be writing like this. Remember, there is what is the meaning of that? A function you're creating. Either write a function or else like a bracket arrow function, both are same. You must have the solution for some failures because of this reason. So this is how we need to launch the application. So method is visit method. See, officially what Cypress said, we are stopping the support for the XPath. It is deprecated. So you should not use it. It is not giving the support. But what happens is sometime you will be in a situation, for example, let's take this registration form page itself. You can able to identify every web element with the help of CSS selector. See, you have the CSS selector. CSS selector, you can do it. It's a very easy ID is there. But sometimes what will happen, okay, for example, I want to identify this Selenium online training, this particular link. So let's see what's the selector hub is giving. See, can you able to see how the values are there? Such a big value. This will fail for sure. So you have to write it by yourself, or else again, if you're already from the Selenium background, means definitely you will have a better knowledge on the XPath. What you can do, you can use the XPath also. So I'm just in here, most of the example I'll be teaching with CSS selector, but still I'm saying if you're from Selenium background, you already have very good knowledge on XPath means you can also do that in Cypress by installing the plugin. So how to do that? I will teach that like few programs, one or two programs we will see with the Cypress. It's sorry, Cypress using the XPath and later using the CSS selector I will teach you. So first what we need to do, go to the terminal. In the terminal, first we have to install npm install -d Cypress XPath. npm install -d Cypress XPath. So let it install. See, they itself saying npm warning deprecated. The package is no longer supported, contact support. So if you go and check it in their website, they removed it, but still it will work. And 39 packages are looking for some funding, some blah blah, it is written. So after we install this successfully, what we need to do is you have to go to the support and E2E. So this particular file. So here we have to configure it. So while doing an end-to-end test case, in this place, we have what are all needed. So I require Cypress, this option key. It is because of install, this option is there, or else you can't see this option. So choose this. You have to configure this in e2e.js. That's it. So install it and then do like this. So for installation, what we need to do, 1 minute. I will copy this 1 minute team and I put it in the chat. Control C, no. Right click, think enter will work. Oh, sorry. Okay, I'll 1 minute team. Better I will type it in the chat. npm install -d Cypress -expire. Please note it down. This is what you need to do. Then e2e.js file, you have to add this one. Keep this point in mind. This is definitely going to save a big time while identifying the web elements. But officially, Cypress is not providing the support. Okay. Now what we will do, we will try to learn every functionality of the browser. Browsers, all the apps. See, browser navigation, back, forward, refresh, navigate to. So what is this? This is a navigation command and a browser title, browser current URL. After that, how to handle text name, text box, how to handle button, radio button, drop down, checkbox. So every functionality, every method, every web element class, we are going to focus one by one separately, so that if you know how to handle this checkbox in this particular website, same ditto exact process you have to follow in any other web application. So let's start with the browser navigation. So while talking about the browser navigation, what is the most important takeaway point is this is the browser navigation area, that is back, forward. You have to refresh and navigate in the present URL. What is the problem here is the Cypress is a web-based application. You can able to automate this area only. This area is a web-based application. But what about this one? This is a desktop or window-based application. It means what? Cypress cannot control or automate that area. That is why they are providing some ready-made, readily available methods to handle back, forward, refresh, and navigate to URL. Especially refresh and navigate to the URL will be very highly used functionality. Let's try to code that particular scenario. So the requirement is I'm going to launch this URL. After launching this URL, I will click on this link. So when we press back, what will happen? Back means in the history, what was the previous screen it was. So if we click here, it will come to the same page. Forward means in the history, which was before, that is what was the past, and that is back and forward. It is now in middle. What is the forward one? This page. Then we will navigate. See, I can click on home link, but rather than that, from one page to another page, I can directly mention the URL and navigate to, and then I will refresh. So, four important methods available, four important not methods, four important features: back, forward, refresh, using the existing URL that is. So let's try to, I hope you all understood the requirement. We will try to code for that. Test case 02. We will give a meaningful name, maybe handling browser navigation dot. What was that? Test cy cypress dot js. So now again you put double slash reference types equal to Cypress. Same way you can do it for Cypress. XPath. Sometimes it will suggest, sometimes it will not suggest. So remember the syntax. So first we try to create a describe. At least for today, I will try to create describe it and all. And upcoming days, I will copy paste those code. First, we are creating the automation suite, and then the arrow function. After that, we are creating the it block. It's not if, it's an it block handling browser navigation and arrow function. Then let's try to code it. First, what we need to do, we want to launch the application. The method is visit and the URL. So the URL is, I will navigate to this particular URL. Once this is done, what we need to do, we want to click on Selenium online training. Click on online training link. So let's try to inspect. You can write the CSS selector for this using the href and this particular value. That is also fine. Or else you already have the selector up, directly use it. Just by seeing this value, you can understand, okay, is that a good value or not? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to use the XPath. How? It is cy.xpath. That's it. Within the double quotes, mention that you have to go and click on this particular. This will identify that particular link. Then I want to click on that particular link. So what this will do, this will navigate to the, so we'll open the test runner. After launching, what we are doing, we are clicking on that link. So that particular page needs to get opened. See here. So this is URL, then it just got navigator. After navigator, we are clicking on this particular Selenium online training link. Then page load is happening. After that, the URL of that is also mentioned. Now what we need to do, we want to click on back. So if I click on back, what will happen? It will come back to the register page again. So why this weird flow means, see, in real time, every method will, if you're going to create an end-to-end test case, all the methods, whatever we learned, we have to use it according to the requirement or the flow. But now we are not following that approach. I'm trying to teach, okay, navigation methods, methods related to text box, method related to checkbox, like that, separately everything. So now we have to, in that way, navigate back. So what to do for everything, it start with CI. There is only one method called go. In this, put single quote, it will tell either you want to go to the back or forward, or you want to go back to that. So it means what? The second I press Control S, automatically execution will start. So what happened? It clicked on that link, it went there. When we clicked on, see, we can see that. See, this is the page. Then we clicked on it. We got this particular page. Then back. Back means it will come back to this. And just for our execution understanding, I can also put some wait statement between each one. That is cy dot wait. Cy dot wait and how many in terms of millisecond. 2000 millisecond means 2 seconds. See, this is only for demo purpose. In your real time, please don't use it. You can see that execution. That's why I'm adding it. So after 2 seconds, what we are going to do, we want to navigate forward. So navigate forward, very easy. Cy dot go, and within the single quote, you have to mention forward. So when I press Control S, automatically execution started. You can even change this also. Don't want to execute in the backend, we can change it, but still it's a good, let it happen. Now you see initially this page, then we clicked on this link. When we pressed back, it came back to the existing. Then when we press forward, it will go to this page. So this is how application works. If you have a doubt, just try to do it manually. You will get a clarity. Now from here, I want to navigate to home page or any page, not by clicking or mouse over, directly by mentioning the URL. So how can I do that? It's very easy. So navigate to home page in existing tab. So cy dot, it is visit only. If you call visit one more time, what will happen? That particular page, it will navigate. So after navigating, what we are doing, okay, the application is loaded. The last step, we want to refresh. So refresh means cy dot reload. Reload means refresh. So I pressed Ctrl S and you see what happens in the execution. So it went forward and then it clicked on home link. After that, it reloaded. See, refresh only we call here as reload. So successfully completed. See, it's all passed. If you get this tick means it is passed. So everything is passed. Suppose one step failed means it will not proceed to the next step. Maybe I can show you that in the next example. So the main objective of this particular program is how to handle the browser navigation. That's what most important one. So we are done with the help of go method. With it to launch the URL. Go means to go back, forward. For everything, go method, but inside that you have to mention back or forward. So program 2 is done. Now let's try to learn handling the browser. Browser means how can I validate the title? How can I validate the URL? That we will see it now. So now let's move on to the next program. This time, always try to understand the requirement. So after launching this home URL, so we are navigating, we are launching the home URL. This home URL, we want to see this title, see Vinoth QE Academy. So this is the title of that. We want to validate this title. After that, you click on this, validate this title. So first equals method, then contains method. After that, validate this particular URL. So mostly browser means these functionality will come. Validating the URL and the title, which is very important. Most of the test cases we will have such requirement. So what we are going to do is, so already it is there, browser navigation. I can copy paste or else I can use the same program. Control C, Control V. So browser, handling browser, I'll make that like that. .cy .js. Okay. The navigate, this is okay, this number 3, right? Number 3. So let's try to clear all these things. So first we need to launch the home URL. So if we launch the home URL, what we need to do? We need to do the title validation using equal method. Equal means exactly the actual and the expected must be same. because Java programming language JavaScript uses it's a case sensitive. So 1 minute here. Just a second. Okay. Okay, browser. Let's first launch this and check whether it is working or not. See here, automatically it came. So it launched. Now what we are doing, we will go step by step. First, we need to do the validations using the equals method. See, validation is one of the important one when it comes for Cypress. So what is first of all title? Title is nothing but this one. The home page, you're getting this. No, this is the title. See? So exactly where this will be available is when you go and inspect. You go to the top of the program. It's all hid in that. You can see the title. So this is the title of the particular page. So I'll have this with, I'll copy that. So how to get that title is the method name is title. Okay. After that, now it retrieved the value. I want to validate it. So what is the method for validation? Assertion, we can say it's a should. See, it's an assertion. Create an assertion. Assertion means actual and the expected value. We are checking if it is same, passed. If it is not same, fail. So using should, first what method you want to use? Using equal. So both the values are equal or not, comma. Here, either single quote or double quote, give that particular value. Now I'm going to press Control S and you see what happens. So this is the first time we are learning the assertion. Assertion is very, very important. When you say a particular step is passed, when the actual and the expected results are same. Here you see, this is the actual. This is the expected. So both the actual and expected are same. That's why it is passed. Purposefully, what I am saying, we are expecting like clarities. Okay, this is expected. But actual both will be different. No, it will fail. You see? We got the error. See here. Clarity. This is the expected. Okay, expected to equal to this one. This one. 1 minute. Okay, both the actual and expected are not same. So maximum 4 seconds it will wait. Actually, we can configure this waiting time also. For now, by default, 4 seconds it waited for a particular web element to load. So this is an error it is showing. Now, if we remove this, it will pass. So actual expected not same. This is what the assertion. Now, what we need to do, we want to click Selenium main training link. So how can we do that? So from here, we want to use this one. See again, in the previous example, if you remember what we did, we tried to give the XPath. See XPath. But what if I want to give as a CSS selector? Then we have to write it. If you use even the selector, this may not be a very good one. So if I give this, it will work perfectly. But if I want to use CSS selector, what should we do? Control F. So let me click on this. I can use href value, but what was the problem with the href is, tell me this value, will it be same in all the environment? Will it be same or different? I'm trying to make you to think like a developer. Try to interact. It's very tough to listen after lunchtime. I know that. So tell me, this URL, will it be same in every environment? It's a production, right? It's a live. If it is SIT, UAT, this place will vary. But whether this will vary or not, this will be vary or it will be unique. Tell me, dear, this particular text in that URL, will it be same for all the environment or not? It will be same, right? So what I can do, I can check whether you have this particular thing or not. I can give a try. How yesterday we learned that way. That is Control F. Now let me hide the chat. So here, a tag h ref equal to that value it is giving actually. And now, if you all remember, I can use star and take this, take this. Then also three things are there. White, challenging one, this one, and this one. Not this one. So this we have it. So we have something called EQ of first one. Like this, you can give it, or else see here the beauty of this one. So if I want to give CSS selector, I have to use get method. Okay, I will give this alone. Okay, we have taken square bracket now. So within the double quotes you mentioned, Control S. Let it run. Browser navigation, browser, and then browser. Browsers, the home page. It's loading. Okay, it got passed. But see the beauty here. How many web element it is showing to? Can you all able to see the number? It is 3 web element. So like this, we will get into trouble. Then XPath means okay. Say as a selector means you have these many web element now. In that the method there is something called EQ. It works based on index. In that I want the first one, because when we see that in the application, this is the, it's okay, will come from the top. This one we have it, which is nothing but it is not highlighting. Okay, then we have it, this one's the exactly link inside li. So this is what it will work. And this will, here just we have something in this place also we have that. So EQ starts with 0, 1, 2. So here now what we can do, we can click on it. So you go to the first 0, it starts with 0, no? So 0, 1. Let's press Control S. We'll see whether it will click or not. Excuse me. So it clicked, right? It clicked. See here. Now you have three objects in that the second one. Then you're going to click on it. It's loading. Now you got it. So it's up to you. Either you can use what to say, this is CSS selector, or else you can use XPath. It's up to you. So every developer is having that freedom to choose it. But when it comes for Cypress, they in their website they mention like um, it's not what to say advised to use it. If you go to the selector hub, CSS selector is not that much working accurately. The ready-made available tool. No, this is not. See, just now we have written, but it is not that up to level. So what you need to do, you have to write it by yourself. So either learn how to write the relative CSS selector or else go with the XPath if no one is opposing that. Okay, now going back to this, what we did, now we are in this particular page. So after coming to this particular page, now also I want to validate this particular title. But what is the problem with that is some real-time scenario I'm saying. See here also title is there, but what happens, this will maybe keep on changes, we assume like that. So in this title, I want to validate this value alone. See, in the previous example, we tried EQ method. Exactly every character, it should be same actual and the expected, then EQ. But you have such a big thing in that a portion, if you find it, that is also enough for me. Then that also you can do it. Title validation using the contains method. Contain, not contains, contains method. cy dot, you take the title that should single quote see contain. It should contain what value? This value. That's it. So title validation successfully completed. Assertion. Now URL, current URL, validate the current URL. Nothing but I want to validate which URL, this URL. Let's ask, sometimes we need to check such things also. For that, it's very easy. cy dot, there is a method called URL. This will retrieve the current URL. Again, we are validating with the help of should. It should be equal, or you can also use contain and give the last part. It's up to you. I'm saying this is a value, we should get it. This will work in prod or live environment, or else give contains and give this word. Whether in that current URL, this particular word is coming or not, a string is coming or not.
So Vinoth, can you show by using content once?
Yeah, I'll show that.
Thank you.
Sure. Now let it load. See, if you see, it's very slow actually. I know home pages are quite heavy. If it is a Selenium, you have to give implicit wait or page load wait, or else script will fail in some cases. But here, we no need to worry about that. It will wait and do it. The same thing, I will go with the contain. What you want to validate? You want to validate whether this part is there or not in an URL. See, it's working. Clear now, everyone? We're done with the two programs. All good, right? In which command we can execute the test case? Actually, you can execute through the command prompt exactly the test case and all. That's a one way. As of now, what you can do, npx Cypress open, you will get this particular runner. From here, you try to run it. While doing any unit testing, always use the runner. So what we did initially, first we understood the syntax, describe it block. You can use either writing a function or arrow function, anonymous function. Then how to navigate. For navigate, first to launch, it's a wizard. You can also use the XPath. For that, a separate setup needs to be done. Then cy.xpath. Then you want to navigate back means it's go only inside that back. Forward, for refresh, it is reload. And you want to navigate from one URL to another URL in the existing tab means it is visit one more time you should call. And then comes the browser, handling the browser. So like validating the title, validating the current URL. So title URL, while validating exact value, if you want, you can use EQ method or a partial value of that particular string or URL means it's a contains. So that's about this one. Now we will move on to the handling the, so browser we are done. Now we are going to explore text box, radio button, drop down one by one. So normally what are all the functionality we will be doing? This text box or edit box, both are same. So we will try to type some word and also we can clear. So entering the word and we can clear it, and then we can check whether it is displayed or not, it is enabled or not. Such things like how we do it in Selenium is displayed, is enabled, is selected. Same way here also we can do it. So first let me try to create a test case. So in this example, we will try to see both the text box and the button one by one. So I will create, you can click this E to E and click on this JavaScript SK04 handling text box and then button.cy.js. Okay. So I'll try to copy these things. Anyhow, I'm not going to use XPath, but still, just to save the time. Okay. This is handling text box, text box and button. So what is the first method? We want to navigate to the URL cy.visit the URL. Where is the URL? This is the URL. Okay. Once this is done, now what we need to do, we are going to enter the first name and validate the what is the value we have entered. So this is about the first name. Let's try to identify the first name. Inspect. So we have ID. So for ID, what we can do, we can write hash is for ID and give this value. That is enough. Even you can see selector. See, this is what hash ID value 1. So let me use that directly. cy dot get. So if you compare this get with Selenium means find element like that. Mention this value. This will identify the first name. After identifying, I am checking first of all whether it is whether it is displayed or not. So how we can do, there is something called b dot visible. So visible means it is displayed, like displayed or not. Okay. Then I want to enter the value. It is type. So let me save this and run it. So we'll go here, this test case. And you can see the overall execution time. Actually, I'm working on fine-tuning the home page. We can write it in every one line, but I will increase that complexity. Okay. First small ABC, then capital, then joining letter, like that only I will increase. Please wait for a while. See here, we tried it. First, it identified, it is visible, and then it typed that particular value. Then after entering the value, what I am doing is, okay, same object. Now the value we entered, whether it is Vinoth or not, that also we should confirm. See, this is a way if we do for every web element, our testing will be very effective. First, is that available, enabled, disabled, that whether it's the right object. Then perform the action on it, enter the value, select, or do whatever you want. After performing that, whether we performed correctly or not, we have to check that assertion. So again, should we entered that value? No, it is in the have dot value attribute. So whether it is having the value, we know. So this one, whether how to check whether the value entered, this is the attribute of value have dot. 1 minute. What else there? Have all keys, ATR, so many things are there. ID attribute, HTML keys, length, so many things we can do it. Wherever I'm not going to teach a separate session for assertion. Whichever place the most used assertion, I will teach it parallelly. See, Control S. Yes, value entered, and after entering that value, it is checking that whether it's Vinoth or not. Yes, suppose here I am going to Vinoth purposefully. It should fail, no?
Vinod, what command we are using to execute the test cases?
Come again. What
Command, which key we are using to execute the test cases?
if you press Control S, automatically it will start.
Okay, then we can see this screen
Yes. That is what one of the best feature. When the second you press Control S, back in this runner, automatically execution will start. We can stop
Okay.
this by we have a configuration. If you do that configuration, it will not happen. But whenever we do an unit testing, enabling this option is better one.
Okay.
And you see here, you have the value we know in that, but what was the value? Like it is we know. So to have, so assertion is perfectly working, and the default it is wait for the 4 second. So this can be written. So now we have written for the first name. No, the same thing I will do it for the last name. How we can do that is go to the last name. I will take from here. The same thing, cy dot get identify the web element. After that, I am checking with the help of should. First, it should be visible. Once it is visible, I will type enter the value. After entering the value, I am checking whether the value entered is or not. So in one line also we can do it. Okay, either way, of course we will do it like this, but now you will get a better clarity now. And actually here you can have multiple assertion contains equal. We can combine it with the help of and all, but as of now I said no, let's go increase the complexity very slowly, because Cypress is all about remembering the syntax, remembering the methods which is already present. See here, what is that? First name, last name, it entered no, perfectly it is working in a single go, it worked. And now let me wait for some 2 seconds and then I will clear it. Let me clear the first name. Okay, clear first name. And remember, this purely for the demo purpose. At any cost, don't add this. So you want to clear the first name. We already know this is the web element. So to clear, what we do, dot clear. So after clearing, okay, if you want empty means that's fine. Whether it clear or not, let me put Control S and see. So these are the maximum functionality we can do it on a text box. So now you learned how to do a text box. See, first name it got cleared. We entered a value, we cleared a value, we checked whether it is visible or not. If you want, you can check enabled or not. Visible is most used one for the text box. And after entering the value, we are checking the value is exactly our expected one with the help of have.value. Now, in the same program, what I'm going to do, we are going to handle the button. Click on submit button. For button, again, I'm saying there is no big functionality. Button is enabled or not. If it is enabled, click on it. That's the maximum thing we can do with the button. So you have a button. So if you click on this button, what will happen? Mandatory fields will come up with the errors. So we'll see whether that works accordingly. Let me take this selector value. You can write it from here, but due to the time concern, I'm directly using the selector hub. In most of the cases, selector hub will be very useful one only. So cy dot get and the value. First, I'm checking this particular button is enabled, because mostly button will be enabled and disable. Such possibilities are there. If it is enabled, then click on it. Control S. See here, the value first name is clear. That's why when we clicked on submit button, what happened? It worked. That's why in this place, error message, a mandatory error message, we are getting it. This is how we need to handle text box and our edit box and the button. Everyone good? Just drop yes. First of all, everyone awake and with me? Okay, good. So let's move on to the next one. Radio button. Here again now, so many interesting methods are available when it comes for ready button. First name, yeah, we cleared that. You see, I cleared that. That's why it is. This also we learned. Okay, fine. Good. Now, the next test case. Here we will click. See, when you have to click here and new file. The file inside the E2E alone, it will pick for the execution. Remember, team, don't keep it somewhere and try to execute. It will not work. E2E, it should be. Now test case 05. We will try to handling the radio button. Many things are here. I'm going to try it. JavaScript. Okay. Please focus. I'll try to copy this. Keep here. This one. Put it here. Okay. Cyber will not use it. Let it be. You're not going to lose anything because of that. Okay. So now radio button here it should change radio button. Actually, radio button, we are going to find the unique value. Some tricks I'm going to teach you. Unique value, which we already knew that. So what I was saying is you're going to find the radio button with some unique value that is ID name like that. So always go with this one. Let's take female radio button. So female, you got this one. Okay. So let's go to this first one. Okay, I have to mention that URL. No. Okay. It's not viewport. Visit. I'll mention that URL. No, even if somewhere is fine. Now what we are doing, we are going to validate that. Okay, I mentioned this. We are going to validate that female radio button is enabled or not. Okay. So cy dot get method. And what is this? Well, this is the value. This is for the female radio button. Suppose if you are sure, you can put controllers and you can see it will highlight in that report. I am checking first that radio button, mostly radio button comes with enabled, disabled status. Go with B, enabled. So initially we saw visible, no. In this example, we saw enabled. If it is enabled, I want to select. See, you can use click method or you can use check method. Both the things are allowed, either check or click. After selecting the female radio button, what I am saying, should, next one, is it selected or not? I'm cross checking. It is, so there is nothing called selected. It is be checked. You can write it like this. Suppose if it is not good readability, you can, in some of the, some developers will do this way also. After that, what we are doing, whether the we have selected a value, no, we can check the backend value, is that female or not. Another way of validating, be checked is fine. I can also make sure that is having the value female. So it means what I'm saying is, so here this value attribute, this is what I'm checking. Like this also we can do it. And put Control S, come here, click on this, and we'll see. Yeah, it's selected no. So this is for we selecting the value and whether we selected the correct value and checking its value before that it is enabled or not. This is for female radio button. Now, again, this time reverse of that, not selected male radio button. Of course, it is not selected. No, you can choose only one value when it comes for radio button. That is what its usage. If you want to select multiple value, then checkbox will come. So here male is not selected. I'm checking whether it is enabled and it is not checked and the value is male. A reverse condition. Sometimes we will do such things. So get, and we have to find that value. So we will inspect. We got the value. So first I'm checking b dot enabled. Okay. Then what we are doing, again, one more validation. It is not, remember, not to, not be, to be, no, not be checked. It's not checked. And of course, you can also check its value, that is have dot value this mail. Of course, I remember this mail, so I'm typing, or else you can check it and do that. Okay. Let's be enable not to be checked. Okay, good. I can use and also. Fine. Let's get familiar with same methods again and again, both positive and negative scenario. Okay, it's working. See, it's working. You can see if it is failed, it will clearly say. If it is, assertions are very strict. When actual and expected are not same, we will see that here itself. This is a normal scenario, and every application we will do it. Sometimes while working in the instrument automation, agile project, such that is a Scrum project, what will happen is, sprint means during the sprint you have to automate it. The application may not have a unique value. Such worst cases also I have seen it. What I was saying is, see, it's a very, very important concept which I'm going to teach you. It's very easy also. Please try to focus this trick. This is male, okay? This is female, and see the difference. Type is also same. Name is also same. Assume, okay? ID is also same. There is no value. Assume. This is also same, and there is no value attribute. If we have a value attribute, then identifying this with, we can say value equal to male, our problem is solved. If not ID, I will use the value attribute. Yesterday we have learned it. But what if there is no value attribute? How will you identify? Some worst case. There is a way for it. We'll learn that now. All. So what I will do is, when I click here, see it is getting completed. I will copy and mention it here. I will remove all these stuff. Okay. Now, see, one more thing, one more new concept I'm trying to teach you. Here, two test cases there, right? If I press Control S, what will happen? Two test case will run, no? But I want to run this alone. What I can do? Only. So this is an alternative question. Like if you have a set of test cases, you want to execute a particular test case, what will you do? It only. If I don't want to actually, I don't want to run this means I can skip. This is also there, but as of now, let's don't bring that. In unit testing, this is how we will do it. We will have a lot of test case, one particular test case only. We want to run it again and again. So only. Now see, Control S. You can see that here. Unique value. It's not executed, no. Did I mention skip there? No. Okay. Test case 5. See this alone executed. That it didn't even come. It's not executed. So unique. Here I will say using common value. Okay. Now what we are doing is, this trick is very useful trick. What is this family? This family is all about what family? It's a type. What type? It's a radio type, no? So many ways are there. With the help of gender, you can able to retrieve all these things, or else I am trying to retrieve the type is radio. So 3 objects we will get it. I will inspect and show you here itself. Control F. Type equal to radio. One of 3. Okay. So now here I will mention get. Okay. Whenever we get a square bracket, use double quotes. Both are same. I pressed Control S and see what happens here. How many object it will show? We'll see. So see, this will be very useful. Sometimes identifying web element. Totally 3. When the second I keep the mouse pointer here, you should able to see here. It is highlighting. So 3 web elements are there. Now I'm going to select this. Of course, just now a few minutes back we saw EQ method, right? Okay, now I'm going to use that. But there are some interesting methods also available. We will use it one by one. First, what I'm going to do, I'm going to select the first radio button. Okay, select the first radio button. For that, there is method called first. First one method is in the DOM structure. The first web element it will take. What we need to do? We have to check that. After that, we will try to check whether the value is checked or not. B dot checked. Let's say Control S. Same thing will come for checkbox also. Now itself try to understand. See, mail radio button is selected. First, you can see that flow. All 3 web element. And this is the first one. I'll see here, it is highlighting. Then I'm going to check. This is before. And you click on that after what happened. That also we can see. And it is checked. Okay. We learned something called new method first. Now there is another select last radio button. Same story. I'll try to copy this alone. There is a method called last. Last dot check and b dot checked. So last means it will select the other. See other. First, last. Suppose we have so many things because here you see, here also we can do first, last, but in between is there. What we can do is, we can do that also. To select any radio button using EQ method. I thought to introduce here, but I have introduced in that particular link itself. Fine. This, you're trying to retrieve all the radio button family EQ. Remember, it starts with 0. 0 means this will be 0. I want to choose a female means it will be 1. So 1 dot, you check that. After that, again, should be selected. Control S. That's it. This is how we will handle the radio button. All it worked right. So first it went the first one. So now first, made, last, other, and EQ, and then it checked the number 1. But EQ here, so here with this one, 3 options are there. Sometimes what will happen, here you will have a radio button, here also you will have a radio button. When you come with like this, the count will increase a lot. Sometimes such application we will have it. At that time, what we have to do, we have to write the CSS selector from this particular web element. Like I can consider this as a which one? This is the entire thing. Label. Okay, fine. This I can take label. From here, I have to navigate to this one. We have to write an XPath like that. That is also possible. So it purely depends upon the application. So this is also done. Let's move on to the next program. Test case 0, 6, handling the checkbox. Then what we should do, CY JS. Okay. Then block. Then okay. Handling checkbox. Okay. Same URL. CY dot visit the URL. Okay, fine. So now what we will do, same thing. We'll try to apply it for this particular checkbox. I want to check this Java. I want to uncheck this DevOps. Let's go for it. We'll try to identify this one. Java CSS selector. So you can take this. This will be 0. This will be 1, 20-1, 2, 3, 4, 5 like that. It is getting. Copy from here. So I will say check the Java checkbox. Okay. CY dot get. This will find that particular Java. And first I will check whether it is visible or not. B dot visible or any mostly visible only makes sense. And I want to select it. Check it. After that, whether it is checked. B dot checked. That's it. Control S. Okay, here we are on this now. See here, Java selector. Now I want to uncheck the DevOps. So this one, let me take the value. What we need to do, uncheck the DevOps checkbox. Remember, radio button cannot uncheck. Only checkbox we can uncheck. CY dot get and the object. First, what we are going to do, whether it is checked or not. Initial stage be checked. So it means what? Yes, initially, if you see by default, the DevOps will be selected by default. Yes, it is checked. Okay, it is checked. No, now you will uncheck. Uncheck means it will remove it. Already, if the value is removed, means nothing will happen. After unchecking, I am checking. It is not checked. How? Not be checked. That's it. Control S. So you can see Java checked, DevOps unchecked. Same way, I'll go to the functional testing using the EQ method. We already knew that. The previous example, we seen it. I will say check the functional testing using EQ. So cy dot get. Okay, if that's the case, what object I can take? I can take checkbox, no? Control F. It's a type equal to checkbox. Totally 6 checkbox available. See, 6, 1 of 6. I can show that within the double quotes. Control S. Then in that place, check 6 object, we will get it. See here, it is highlighting. That's what very important. It is highlighting. So this will be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So EQ 4 means it will go for the fourth web element in the DOM structure starts from the 0, and I want to check that. After that, p dot checked. Control S. And now it's working. It's working. Checked. It's working. Now, one more thing is there. See, if you go to EQ, you see here, see that help you have starts with 0. It like this, and there is negative also. See, it starts from the right side. So this we call it as negative indexing. In Python and all we have it, but in Java we don't have such things. In JavaScript it is there. From the left it will start from the 0. If we are starting from the right side, it will start from the -1. If that's the case, see this is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then this will be from right to left, -1, -2, -3, -4, -5, -6. But I have surprise for you now. You see what happens. I want to, okay, already this value is selected. No, I will say uncheck the Java checkbox. Okay, using negative index. If that's the case, already we know the Java. Okay, if you like this one, then we are going, no, sorry. This one, EQ, so it will be -1, 2, 3, 4, 5. -5 dot check. Okay. And after that, what we are doing, we have to confirm not to be checked. We are unselecting, no, not to be, no, not be checked. Control S. I'll teach you something called forcefully you're trying to select something. It worked, no? It worked. Fine. Forcefully, how you can do it? You can do it for check, you can do it for click, you can do it for everything. There is something called within the curly braces you mentioned. Okay. Type force. See? Forces the action, disables waiting for actionability. So mostly hidden DOM and all, this will work. Make it true. That's it. When you do this forcefully, it will uncheck. Sometimes this type of issues also we will be getting it. But first check, then no. Control-C, Control-V. Last. Simply I'm checking at all. Okay. Okay. I got some idea. I'll do that after this. So first and last method. Let's see that. See here, first one also select. So let's come as per the flow. First, what we did, we went with the Java checkbox. We selected and we unchecked the DevOps. After that, the first one, Selenium WebDriver, and the last one, others selected. You can do check and uncheck also, that same. And then using EQ method for Java, we are trying to, sorry, for the function, we are trying to do it. And when it comes for negative indexing, -5, forcefully, we are trying to remove for Java. So like this. And what I want, one more thing is, what if I give check? This is 5 web element, no? Just we'll see what happens. Will it check all 6? Work, no? See here, it's selecting everything. So this also just a thought. Like this, we can't do it in other program like Selenium and all. Want to uncheck all the checkbox. First, we'll go with the uncheck. Then only if I check, we can see all the value. After that, I will wait for maybe 3 seconds. Then what I want to do, I want to check all the checkbox. Why I thought that sometimes what will happen, you will be getting like select all checkbox scenarios. Remember, this will work only for the checkbox. If you try for radio button, it will not work. So in that case, you can't give every value one by one. You can do like this. Sometimes what will happen by default, if you see here by default, this DevOps is selected. So in your flow, what you need to do, you have to directly go with some value to select. So you have to uncheck this unwantedly. I have to have code for this and then go for check. Rather than you can uncheck everything, come to the default one and then go for your selection. Such scenarios we will be seeing it. We'll see here now the flow. It worked now. Let's go the force here. All where I want to uncheck one by one. And it is already unchecked means it is not worried out. Then I'm going to check one by one, all the values. So that's about the checkbox. Everyone got better clarity on how to handle the checkbox and radio button? Drop a message. Okay, perfect.
Yes.
Okay. So let's do a short recap. Meanwhile, rest of the team members will be joining. So first, how to handle. First, we have to use the describe keyword to create the test suite. And before that, we need to import the library like Cypress and specifically additional library we have installed Cypress XPath also. So we have to first import that and then how to launch with the help of zip method. We can launch the application And to identify a web element, we use the get method. And should is used for validation purpose. So this particular web element is visible or not. Let us be dot visible. And the type it is used to enter the value. After entering the value, we are checking whether the value we have entered is the input have dot value. So this is how we can handle a text box. And then clear method can be used to clear the thing. So in addition to this, we can also give some wait statement also. See, the way we type, we can also include the speed. What is the speed in which we are going to type? That also we can do it. 1 minute. Okay, we come to that later. Let it be as it is. For now, let it be as it is. And then to click a web element dot click method, we will use it. Then to handle a radio button, here two ways are there. One is using the unique value. Mostly we will be following the unique value concept. That is once we identify we are going to select means dot check for radio button. And after selecting whether the value is selected or not, that is b dot checked, b dot enabled, and what is that exact value. Suppose if you are not sure about the unique value, then we can take type equal to radio. Mostly this will work. And to choose the radio button, first we can use, last we can use, and also EQ method is also there. So depends on the requirement, we can use it. And then comes the handling the checkbox. Same like radio button, checkbox also we can do it. But here one additional thing is check and uncheck. So check means selecting the value, uncheck means unselecting the value. For this also we have the validation, that is v dot check, not be checked. Here also we can use first, last, EQ method, and UQ you through the negative things. And sometimes while checking and checking, click, sometimes hidden objects will be there. We are unable to perform the action means you will get this force. So force attribute. So this forces the action, disables waiting for actionability. So it will work. Even a hidden object is there, it will forcefully go and click on it. And to uncheck everything, to check all with the help of type equal to checkbox, we can do it. And now what we will do, we will try to handle the drop down. See, this is a drop down. How you will say it's a drop down. Before that, resource page. See here, this is also drop down. This is a normal application, modern web application. JavaScript, this is not JS. So when you inspect this type of a drop down, see, you can see it's a select tag. So select tag is there. So if you have a select tag, there are the method name to select the drop downers. It's a select only in the Cypress. So that is what we are going to learn first way. And there is another way. See, this is also select tag. If you go and inspect, it will take you to the input span tag. But what you need to do, you have to make sure is there any select tag? See, it's select tag. So directly it will not show in the JS application. So first you look for this solution, which I am going to teach you. Suppose that select tag is not there, then how can we handle this? By clicking on this, entering the value, press enter. Like that, we will do it. Like how mouse and keyboard action is performed, same way, or how we do it manually, same way we can convert that flow into an automation test case. So a drop down can be handled in two different ways. We'll see one by one. And then when you first we will try to identify this country drop down. So here it is there. We have a class, we have ID. So control F dot ID, no, ID means hash 1 of 1. This case 0 7 handling drop down dot cy dot js, and we'll try to import it. Actually, if we fix that here in this place, A to E, here also we can give that, so that you no need to every time you no need to, yeah, we can mention it here. You no need to import every time again and again and again. So, but what is the problem is that auto suggestion will not work if we mention it here. So that is why in the top of the program I'm mentioning this, because auto suggestion is very, very important to explore all the methods, whatever it is available in the Cypress. So I will say, okay, double quote automation suite and arrow function. So we can have a number of test cases within this. A test case can be done with the help of each block. So handling drop down, and here we are writing the function. Okay. Now, first we want to launch the application. So cy dot set the URL. Once we launch, what we need to do, we have to find the country drop down. We are going to handle that. So here, how we can handle with this value, cy dot using the get method. This will be used to identify it. And I will say it should, that particular drop down should be visible or enable, mostly visible. Let's try to run this first. npx Cypress open. If you want, you can type this in a separate command prompt also. Then also it will work. So you have this. So test runner, A2E testing, starting this A2E testing in the Chrome browser. So it is running in the local host some number. Automatically that number will be assigned. So now we are running the handling the drop down program. So application is launched. Trying to navigate to the URL. And you see that particular drop down. You can see that it is highlighting. Then it is actually visible. Okay, perfect. Now we want to select a value, So select this particular value. If you see this, observe clearly, this is how it is designed. Even here also it is designed. So there are three ways we can select a value using, that is from the drop down. The first way, that is using see, everything is using this, we call it as a visible text. We can say our text method is actually select only. Another one is option. Another one is using the index. So text, sorry, it's like this. See here, this we say text. In this we say visible text also. The value, this is an inner text value. Okay. These are all we say text. So the value how here that alone, that's how it will be displaying in the application. So for example, I've been as there no, if I add something, see here it is getting changed. So the inner text value we can mention. So directly mentioning the inner text value. And second is, suppose this is not such a big one or it's a dynamic one means, then we can go for this value. So in this example, both of them look same. Even in this example, Afghanistan. But I'll show you one more example. You see here. So what exactly this application is all about is, it is a drop down. Again, it's a select tag. So try to understand. It's a select tag, but this is like an account number, bank, that particular balance. So if we do a transaction, this number will change. So exactly this value we can't give, that inner text value we can't give. So at that time we can take the value. So in simple word, the inner text value or the value which is displayed in a drop down, if it is dynamic or it's very lengthier one, you can use this value attribute value saving. This will work. And suppose this is also dynamic, this is also dynamic. There are some cases you will enter into such scenarios. At that time, what you can do is you can see this like this also here it is mentioned. So there is no unique value. Every time this value may change means, then I can go with index like 0, 1, 2, 3. Like this, we can do it. So this is what handling the drop down, and drop down means we are going to use only one method. The method name is select only. But what are all the input value we can give is the inner text value, the value attribute or index number. So let's try to do that here. And dot, see, it's a select. And let me click on this. And select, see here. Select tag, you can use value or text or indexed. So where it is a string, that exactly is text value, the value or text, wherever it will go and check both the things. If either one is there, it will consider. If it's an index, we have to give it as a number. Sometimes we can also give a partial values. Okay, fine. We'll try to explore all the things because in many of the application, drop down is something which will complicate the situation. So now I'll go with directly. I'll just type here. We can type India. Okay. So after, so this will select, and then I should, okay, Okay. After selecting the value, I have to make sure have value. What is the value? Same value. Okay. Control S, Control S. Oops. Okay. It is trying to select, but it is not selecting. I know it will not work. I want you guys to clearly read this message. See here, this is a Cypress error. It tried, but failed because of whenever you get something like this, it has been covered by the another web element. It means what you're trying to select something that web element is there. No? Above that, another web element is hiding it. It is not allowing us to go and access our own web element. So what we can do is fix this problem or use force true. See, they itself clearly mentioned what we need to do. It is asking us to give the force true exactly in which place. Select place. So here, sometimes it will work, sometimes this will not work. It depends on the application. Force colon true. So what this will do forcefully, it will select. Okay, not this one. See now, I can able to see the value India as selected. So this is by using the text. Again, every value remains the same only. What I mean to say is, if you inspect, say this value and this value remains the same. So let it be as it is. Now let's try to use the index concept. Value I'll try to show you with some other example. Okay. So index concept means again cy dot get. Let's try to identify one more value I'm trying to select and show you. In real time, only one value you will select. But here we are trying with all the combination, all the methods. V dot visible. This time I am going to select with the index number. So index number means let's count it. So first value is empty, but still option it's starting at 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 7, I'll go for Argentina. Let's me give the number 7. And we already know this will not work. So we have to go with force true. So after selecting, I have to make sure that particular dot value. Okay, that's chin exact. So see after selecting, I'm checking that value in that is Argentina. But here I'm using number, but still using, we can able to validate that. Let me press Control S. See here, Argentina. So it's working perfectly. First, it worked for India. You can see here. After that, it just went for Argentina. And the validation is also passed. So this is how we can handle the drop down. But let's try to have another example. Handling Dropdown with dynamic handling that dynamic dropdown. Dynamic dropdown means the value will change. Dynamic dropdown. Okay. Hmm, I want to execute this only. So only I'll go for it. And this time I'll go for this URL. Let's try to explore all the options. And we need to identify this particular web element. So we always go for select. ID is there. So ID. Okay, try to. Now we'll directly go for the selected. So this time, see, let's assume, let's go with that, this value. Let's see what happens. Control S. See, it is working, right? Okay, by default, that value will be selected. No? I think I will leave it. Okay, by default, that value. So I will go with the second value. So I'll go with this one, 0, 2, 3. Okay. Let's see what happens. Just a minute. We'll be back. Automatic. I think that course we need to mention. Let's see that now. Same 0, 2, 3. Now what I will do, the same program. This time I'll try to select with this NRI. Will it work or not? We will see. NRI means 45. Okay, course I didn't, See here, 45. So this is what I was trying to say before. This time, what happened? It used the value attribute. When when we use the text value, if that is dynamic, what we can do, we have the alternative option. We can also give the value attribute value. This one. Of course, index 0, 1, 2, 3. 3 means it's a salary. I move with this index. So in this time, in this place, if I mention 3, now you can see first time it was 0, 23, 45, and the last value 143. 0, 143. Are you getting any sound? Cartoon sound thing? Please confirm me. No.
No.
Okay. 1 minute. Okay. So this is how we in the dynamic time dynamic. Okay. Now what we will do? Multi-select. So multi-select means what? We want to select multiple value. So how can we do it? 1 minute. Sorry. Okay, fine. So let's try to select a multiple value. I'll this one, and try to copy this. Only multi drop down. Okay. So what is the big difference in multi drop down while selecting multiple values? No big difference. We can able to give multiple values in a single go. So this one is select this one. So name attribute is there. Whichever one will go with the name attribute. So Control F name equal to programming. cy dot get. Okay, this will identify. Now we want to select multiple values. So it's very easy. Before that, let's try to add b dot visible. Then select. See here, if you want to select multiple values, give that in a array. I want to select Java and Ruby. Okay. Java first value, Ruby second value, and definitely this is going to ask for post true. So let's execute this one. So I'm just trying to teach you all types of drop down and see it is selecting multiple value. But there is one drawback. You can validate have dot value, single value, but there is nothing called have dot values. So when you're working with multi drop down, you can't validate multiple values. It will not work. So this is one of the problem. So you have to add and the condition into it. It will complicate the scenario, but see. So this is how we can handle the multi drop down. Yes, you can select all the possible values. I'm taking two values. You just give a try to it. So drop down, handling dynamic drop down and multi drop down. Now what I am doing is fourth way is handling the drop down without using select option. Sometimes what will happen, you can't find the select tab. Okay. So let's go back to this one, the country drop down. Of course, I can use it here. Anyhow, we'll go here itself. So now what we need to do, we want to click on this. See, I'm not going to identify that country things. I will just remove. So how we will do, suppose if the select tag is not available, I want to select the value means first we have to click here and type the value. Okay, let me close this. So you have to click here and type this value and press enter. This is how we'll do it, right? Enter. And actually sometimes partially value also will be there, no, like account number colon followed by balance. So at that time also you can type that account number and see here lowercase upper cases and all will not be an issue and press enter. So this is the way we will do it manually. The same thing we have to convert that into an automation flow. That is, first what we need to do, we want to click on this particular arrow button. So this is the arrow button. You can use this one and go with XPath itself. Okay. Sometimes you see it's such a big one, you have to type it by yourself. Let me directly use the XPath. So I'm going to click on down arrow button, cy dot XPath dot click. Let's see what happens. See that you can able to see here now. See, it clicked. It means what? The drop down, we got it. Now we want to enter value here. After clicking on this place. So let's try to inspect this place. It is highlighting. Text box, we have it. Text box. So we have ADMD. After clicking on this, we are going to inspect. Okay. And use this one. Let's see. Enter the country value. So cy dot get. Then dot. What we are going to do? I'm going to type India. Let's see whether this is going to work or not. See, it's working now. India. After that, we have to press enter, right? So again, in the type single quote within the curly braces, you can mention the keyboard, whatever the see arrows there, enters, everything we can pass it within the curly braces. So keyboard actions. Now it will type. So after typing, it will press enter. See, it worked. So now we can also check whether that particular value is India or not. So directly and check it and make sure this time when you inspect, you are inspecting. So after entering, you're trying to inspect this particular. So in the same thing, you're using three web elements. One is for button, another that search button, another one the entire country dropdown. So this is the alternative approach. So you have to decide, depends upon the situation, which dropdown will suit for you. and then go with it. It worked. So the value is India. And there is one more drop down is there. That is cap.com. That is not actually a drop down. We call that as a search one. See here when you search, okay, Selenium, you're getting automation, something. If I type here, you're getting this. No, this is an auto suggestion. This we will see it. This comes little bit complicated, advanced topic. We'll see it later, but this is not a drop down. Remember, these values are we are getting from the database based on some algorithm, recommendation algorithm. So here the way of handling is different, but when you come here, all these values already available. It is in the web page itself. It is already coded. So either you can do it by directly giving the value, text value, or value attribute, or index number. Index number very rarely use it. And if it is a dynamic value, when you get like this situation, go with the value attribute. And if you want to go with the multiple values, multiple drop down, we may have it. Give the values in the square bracket. Suppose none of this way is working, then you have to like click the drop down, enter the value, press enter. So here we are entering here something we are learning new. Keyboard action can be sent through the type method within the single quote, within the curly braces. You have to enter whatever the keys we have, everything we can see here. I think when I search, 1 minute. 1 minute. So you enter like that. Okay, it's not showing. We can able to use all the keyboard events. Okay, let me execute everything in a single go. Next, we will move on to the validating the text message. So is everyone good with handling the drop down? Just drop a message. Everyone the call. It's a very easy, but I'm making it a little bit complicated because I have seen so many applications where for us biggest problem will be a drop down. You may have a different scenarios. So whatever the scenarios I have faced it, I just coded it. Remember this. Then any TELUS application, it will be easy for you to do that. Now let's move on to the next one. That is validating the text. Test case number 8. Validating the text message CY.js. But let me save some time. Log. Okay. It's not running. Okay. So now what we are going to do, validating the text message. Copy this, allow it in a notepad. So what is the requirement is we have to navigate to the same URL. After that, we want to validate this register for demo. See, text validation is one of the most highly used functionality in the testing, like form any input value. Even in all the pages we will have text, we want to validate this, or we want to retrieve and check that value. And sometimes what will happen, negative scenarios, like we want to validate this error message, something, this error message, you see, this error message, please enter only digit, no more than 2 characters. So in real time, this is what our duty. We will be giving all the negative scenarios number and validating this error message. Here it is very easy to do that. And one more example is, every test case at the end, you will have some transaction ID, some ID will be generated that will be dynamic. We want to validate that successful message. For all the text validation, the approach remains the same, but 2 ways we can do it. I'll try to teach. Actually, 4 ways are there, but it is again no use of learning all 4. 2 ways widely used way, I'll tell you. So first, let's navigate to this CY dot set. Once we navigate, we want to validate the font item. Okay. So let's go to the application. You can inspect, can give h3 class, like that. You can come with that. Again, I'm saying in real time, you can use CSS selector and also the XPath. Depends on the project which you're going to work, decided. In general, uh, the Cypress is advising us to use the CSS selector. So you can copy this and keep it, this one. Okay, I will use title related spot. So cy dot I will use XPath. This will identify exactly the place of that particular web element, this place. Now, what I'm saying, in this place, we are saying go and try to find. It should have the text. So text means the inner text value, which one it should contain, which is for 10. So just like that, we've done. So what we are doing, identify the web element, and in that place, the inner text value, have dot text value, should be this one. So let's try to click on this. And you can see here, it validated, no? So sure. Suppose demos I give control S. Now you see what happens. Assertion will fail. Expected to have the text register for demos, but what was the actual value register for demo? So actual and expected are not same, so it got failed. I purposefully failed it just to make sure we are doing this correctly. Sometimes what will happen, we have something called contains. So we can able to use the contains method, which has that particular value registered for. So let's see whether this works or not. So where contains will be very useful. See, it is working. Where this will be very, very useful is, let's consider a scenario here. See, you want to validate this message, but every time a dynamic number will be generated. So you can't validate the entire message. So what you can do, identify this web element in this particular place. It contains register form is successfully submitted. You can give like that. So in that place, contains will be useful. This is should means accurately what is the value you are looking for. So this is widely used when the output contains the dynamic value. So two ways I said, and this is a straightforward one. And now comes the third way. That is, this is using the form title normal. We will using the then expect and then with invoke method. So this is an assertion. Again, I'm saying depends on the requirement. You can decide it. Mostly we will be using this only straightforward one, but still we have many types of assertion, no? Implicit assertion, that is using the then and expect. So exactly what we are going to do is we already identified the web element. Okay. Now dot. So I'm saying I'm going to invoke a text value and save it to a variable. That in a text we call it as text. So first I will go with the invoke method. So invoke method means the function that previously yielded subject. So I'll click on this, open it, try to go for the documentation. So if you want to get a property that is not a function on a previously yielded subject. So in simple word, you want to retrieve a particular value, get a property. So what is the property we wanted? We want the properties of inner text. So nothing but the text. So like that, you can retrieve that value. So here I want to invoke what is that property? It is text. That we want to save it to a variable. Then so what does then enables you to work with subject into previous. So it seems you're already familiar with the core concept. So you're trying it to save it to a particular variable. Using the then only we can save it. So you already said you retrieve this value in this particular web element. Then I'm writing a function. I will say that something like actual text curly braces. It's a function actual text. You can give any one, and then I will use arrow bracket or a function we should say. So now this particular variable will save this value. So what I can do, I'll say like console.log. I can actual text. I can display that. I want to validate it. Then there is something called expect. So expect you're trying to this value, the value nothing but this value will be in this variable. Now I'm trying to, if you want, you can trim also. After trimming to see it's all. If you see till now, this is all you can see Cypress comments, Cypress chainable J. But you see here, it now changed to jQuery. This is all a jQuery. A dot, I can say it is 2 dot. These are all explicit assertion. Implicit and implicit means already inbuilt. Explicitly, we are trying to use of this particular expect to equal the value. I'm trying to introduce then and expect. Sometimes same variable, I want to use it for multiple things, means every time you no need to code it again and again. You can save the entire web element under a variable, then text dot, text dot, text dot, like that. Multiple actions can be performed continuously. At that time also, then will be very useful one. And that's quite advanced concept, but like this also we can do it using the invoke method. See, this is also working. So in when we do it in real time, we will be using this only, using the should. If that particular text is going to be dynamic one also, we will use contains. 100% we will use this. Sometimes what will happen, we want to see, this time I invoked it. Sometimes what I will do, I will, if I take this, I can save this entire web element into a variable and keep coding in that again and again. So one example what I can show is checkbox. So checkbox, this what we are doing everything. This, if you see here, from here till everything, what I will do, I will save this particular value to a variable using then, using the then, and then after that, that name dot first, dot last, dot equal. So I'll show that again in a separate example. Just I'm saying you an idea. We can reuse the web element using the then expect also. We call this as an explicit assertion. So where is download Cypress? This one. See here. So implicit assertion, when assertion applies to the object provided by the parent chained command, and it is called implicit. So we already have to this particular web element should, and we can add multiple assertion also. Explicit means there is need to pass an explicit subject for an assertion sometimes. So we will use expect and then, which allows you to pass an explicitly some particular subject. So in this example, they are trying to find a web element and filtering that, then this entire thing I'm saving it to a variable. With that variable, I'm trying to retrieve the value and then trying to compare something related to explicit. So saving it to a variable and you want to perform something on a text or on an object, we can use then expect. Now this is, so this is a one way, this is another way. Now we will see one negative scenario. Negative scenario means how to validate the error message. So if I click on submit, you will get this error message. This needs to be validated. So first, I'll try to get this relative selector. Click on submit button. So cy dot get dot, I will always if it is enabled, then click on it. You see it work. When we click on that only, we will get that error message. See, time travel. You can see that button. Red color symbol, it clicked, so we got the error message. Now we want to validate that error message. This one, you can write the CSS selector relative one, but I'm just going with the XPath. For me, the main objective is teaching you the concept of Cypress, all its features. So object identification, you have to learn how to identify either with XPath, but first go for CSS selector. Validating the first name error message. Just like that, we can able to do that. But in Selenium, this is such a big thing to do this. Here, it's very, very easy. So you're trying to find have dot text and sorry, it's that value. This that's it. Control S. You got it. Now let me start this. Just an idea. I'm getting it now. Okay. Sorry, that's not text. Okay, fine. You can do multiple assertion also. Let's for this is enough. Control. Yes, okay. Like this also we can validate. If you copy paste and all the error message, mostly this alone will change. If you take this page alone, totally 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 times copy paste, change this particular X path, then code remains the same. Yeah. So this is how we can validate the text message. So either positive message, error message, or successful message, or just a paragraph or any text, the approach is straightforward. Identify that particular web element. After that, using the should have dot text, which will take the text value in a text value, we can do it. If that is dynamic, use the contains and directly mention that value. And there is another way we can save it to a variable with the invoke. And with this particular thing, the invoke concept is used. And here they clearly say that. And that is, suppose, just a thought, W wrap actual text. One more concept is that wrap, I will come to that with some advanced concept. I have already noted down. So, okay, fine. Well, let's move on to the next topic. Is everyone good till now? All good? Validating the text. Okay. And next one is very easy a program. How to handle the authentication. What is that authentication? See, all the methods, very nice documentation is already there. You can go and explore. You can give the timeout of something. For example, you want to use type method. Queries, this is not related to queries. Assertion and should actions, all the methods which we learned. This is related to, see, type method. To enter the value, to type it. We already learned. In addition to that, we can also send the keyboard activity. These are all the keyboard. Backspace, delete means delete, down arrow, and all these things we can send it. Suppose you want to control, add, delete, you have to type. So continuously you have to do it. Alternative control like this, you can do it. And yeah, this is what I was looking for. Suppose while typing, you want to have a delay between each value you type, especially while typing it in the search like search box and all, what will happen when you type that value, it will go and hit the server and give the response. So some delay needs to be given. So delay after each key press, you can mention it. How long you can wait for that particular thing to consider. So very nice documentation. You can go and see it. Sometimes I may miss one or two things. So here see, Shift Alt hello. So Shift Alt, it will be in the capital letter. So do you want to perform multiple keyboard action means within the curly braces, Shift Alt or Control Shift Delete Alt F4. Such things we can pass it like this. Okay, handling authentication. So authentication means what? When I click on this, you're getting this particular pop-up. Here, the way how we do it in the Selenium, exactly ditto same. There is nothing related to web element. It's all related to the URL. So what is this authentication proxy means? In most of the banking application, or sometimes what we want to do, we want to add some proxy setting or additional setting in order to view a particular page or some important sensitive data. So this pop-up we will be getting, and it's a window-based application. It's not a web-based. So we know Cypress is a web-based application. We cannot handle this. So we have to integrate it with multiple tools like Auto ID, like how we do it in the Selenium. Auto ID is there, Seculi tool is there, robot class is there. So rather than integrating and complicating the things, instead of, see here, we want to type admin and click on sign in. Okay. So if I launch this we will get it, but how can we skip this directly is by mentioning this username and password in the URL. So I'll try to show that now. First, theoretically, what it is for, I said, this case 09 handling authentication.cy.js. Okay. Now I will show without authentication. Visit the URL. This is the URL. Let me mention it and run this. See, the problem is it is not even allowing us to do is this is a considered failure because the status code was. So in simple word, we are getting that pop-up. It is unable to, that pop-up is a window-based pop-up. We are even unable to see that. So what we need to do, the workaround for this is we want to type the username is admin, password is admin, and click on sign in so that we will see this. So a pop-up is blocking our test case. So the solution is we have to modify this URL. So the syntax is very simple. HTTPS colon the username, sorry, slash slash, it's not colon slash slash, username colon password at followed by the URL. So this is what the syntax. If that's the case, let's modify it here. What is the username? It's an admin. What is the password? It's an admin. And very important, at symbol. So when you give this credentials in the URL, let me type Control S and see what happens. It handled nausea, basic Authentication, congratulations, you must have a proper credentials. So in the backend, automatically it handled it. Definitely, all the banking application, this type of pop-ups, we will be getting it, to my knowledge. So now we want to validate this particular comment. So we have a class, an example of the file, control F dot. Okay, it is highlighting fully. In that, we want to make sure this is there or not. So cy dot get. I can use should. This is another way also we can do it. We can go, it should contains, we can put contains here also. The content HTML, content inner text, and equal method, EQ method, like that. Many ways are there to validate a particular output or text message. So it should contains, or directly I can use contains method also. Control S. So authentication is done and we validated the successful message. Congratulations. So in simple, whenever you get authentication problem, you have to modify the URL. That is username colon password at symbol. That's how we do it, handling the authentication. Everyone good? Please drop a message. Okay, guys. Let's move on to the next program, that is actions class. That is how to handle the mouse event. One by we'll see. Very widely used functionality, mouse event vendor. Program. I can say mouse event or directly wait handling mouse event dot cy dot js. Okay. Mouse event. Okay. Where to see that is. See, this is what just now we saw. This is a non double click, right click. These are all mouse event we are going to implement. Scroll into scroll view, trigger. This is for drag and drop. We'll see one by one, which falls under the action class. Suppose you want to know sample program of that. It is already the demo. When while installing this, I told you to add some demo program, right? In that, there will be a file called actions.cy.js. In that, you will see so many examples. cy.visit. It's a very easy, to be frank. Where we will go is, okay. First, we will see the mouse over. Mouse event. Link mouse over. So everything will create as a separated block. Mouse events. So what we want is we will launch the home URL. Okay. Mouse over means what? We want to navigate to this particular one. See, mouse over. I'm not clicking on it. I kept my mouse pointer above the web element. So demo site. Now practice automation is opened. Mouse over above the practice automation. These are all the links. Now I have to go and click on it. So this is what the mouse over. Same thing applicable everywhere. You go and check Flipkart, Amazon, any e-commerce website, definitely mouse over will be there. So because what is an advantage of mouse over is you remember, see, for example, this contains this home page alone contains, to my knowledge, like 127 uh, links are there. If I keep every link here, the page will look very weird one, right? So I can hide it under a mouse over. So when I need that, I will go and pick it. So that's the biggest advantage of having the mouse over. So what we will do first, we try to how to handle this is very, very easy. It's a click, click, click. But when you consider this in the Selenium and all, we have action class, passing the driver object and all. So here they made it very easy. You have to go and click on this. You have to go and click on this. Even though it's not a click functionality, you have to do like this. So, okay. First, let's try to inspect this. And again, another thing I'm teaching you how to handle the tech links also. I'm not making it as a separate program. In this program itself, we can add it, handling the links. That is, first what you want to do, you have to go and mouse over, click on this. Okay, it's not a link, but it's a link without href. See, a tag. A tag means for link, which not having any href value. Same thing, you see it here. A tag practice automation without href value. But when you see next one, see this is also a tag. This was the link, but href value. When we click, it will navigate to that. So it means what? Mostly we will use the a tag. So what I want is I want this particular one. I can directly find that. So no, so cy dot. You can identify a web element with the help of contains also. So what is that web element? This one. See, this is for handling the text. You can put dot, click with that. So what will happen? This will go and click on this. Okay, for example, I will what I will do is I'll run this for this one. I'm just trying another scenario. I think after that I should have come taught this example. Force we have to apply. Okay. So here it is hiding multiple web elements. So it is went to that page. So okay, what we okay, this is handling I can add that here. This case 11 handling links dot COI. dot JS. So what I was saying is automation sort handling links. CEO, let's go to this. Suppose we want to click on a particular link, we can give that value in a text value with the help of contains method. So what exactly the contains method will do? It will try to take the exact value or a part of that value, or even you can use a regular expression. For example, what will happen? The transaction, there will be a place where you will get an output link as a some transaction number. So you can write that regular expression for the number. And sometimes you will get an email ID. So what you can, for example, what I was trying to say is, suppose this is a link you want to click, means for every person this link will change now. At that time, what will we have to do? We have to write the regular expression for email ID. So you have to write it. So this is how validating using that regular expression. You have to type like this. It seems this one at symbol.com. So again, regular expression itself a very big area. So that is also we can do it. That is what my point. You can see that in the contains you can use the regular expression also. So in this place, now what we are doing is we are mentioning, okay, I want to click on Selenium online training, this link. I want to click on this. Very simple, using the contains method, mention that dot click. The problem why it happened is two objects actually there. If you go and check it, Control F, Control V. See one object above that. So hidden objects are there. That is why it is asking us to go for force update. Something is hiding. So this is how we can handle links. But what is the problem here is, while handling the link, see, this is also a link. This is also a link, but when you're, for example, you're mentioning the feedback, Control F, feedback. So what will happen? For feedback is there. The first occurrence, it should work. Let's see that. Okay. I will comment this. What I am saying, which contains feedback. Okay, let me run that. We will see in the result. Okay. So number element is not visible. Okay, very nice. So all the web elements are hidden. What if I mention click force? To my knowledge, it will go for the first occurrence. But it didn't work because here that it should click and then choose one option. So what I want to try to say is, whenever you use the link, try to use full link text try to have a unique value, then it will work without any trouble. Suppose I want to go for click here to view. So in this place, I can use this full text. It should work. So it worked. It went to this one. It clicked that. This is a giving the full text value, mentioning the full plain text value. Suppose if you are going to mention the partial value, means make sure that is unique, then only it will work. So what I try to say is, if I mention click here to view, you have click here to view this where, and the bottom also click here to view, click here to view. So this will create a problem. So rather than what I will use, view course curriculum, and that we can check it here, 1 of 1. So 1 of 1, let's try to use the same one. Control C, Control V. I will comment this and I will remove this. It's a case sensitive or not, we will check it in a short while. View is in small v. It still works. So partial value must be unique value. Suppose if you type your own value, what will happen? Let's see. It's taking time. It's trying to find. There is no word like that. I can't find a particular web element. So the issue is with the contains. Issue with the contains means the problem with the web element. Issue with the click means the problem with the force. See this arrow mark, cap symbol, you have to see it correctly and give fix accordingly. What if I give course curriculum? There comes, I think, 1 of 1. Okay, then I can go for course curriculum. So this is how we need to handle the link. Then also it will work. So either you can give a full text or else give the partial value. If you give a partial value, it should be unique. So is everyone clear about this program? We can say 10. This I will say as 11. All good with handling the text. Why I created this as a separate program? Sometimes what will happen, everyone will waste time on identifying a particular link text. See, with Selenium and all, we have link locator, partial link locator. But in Cypress, what people will do now, they will try to identify this particular web element. See here, you want to identify this. What you can do, XPath is not allowed, CSS only you have to do it, means you have to write it, find the href value. In that, this partial value, you have to find it. Then only you can click on this. It is like a very tedious process, but you should know one thing, like contains will do the same thing. So rather than complicating your program, directly go with the contains method to click on a link. Okay, and then links done. Now let's go to the mouse event. So if I want to use the mouse event, come here. Any questions? Okay. So mouse over again, what we need to do is same like everything we should consider as a link. This as a link, this as a link, this as a link. So demo side. I'll try to. Every 3 steps needs to be executed in a sequential way. I will put contains. Go to this and click. I know it will ask for force. Okay. After that, cy dot contains. It will be very quick. You can't see that black. Sometimes it will create a problem. Course. After that, this one. The copy you can take in a text value. In this value will be a unique value. Contains a unique partial value. Click method. Okay, let's go forward. So it should click and navigate to the register demo page. So it happened very quickly, right? But it came here. When you do this time travel, you can't see that clearly. Suppose cy dot wait. Let's assume like I'm giving 2 seconds. Anyhow, it's not a good idea to give like this. It's not a good programming practice. Let's see what happens in the application. Is it working, Dean? Yes, it's working, but you can't see that like this. You can't see. Remember this. You can't see these options. So that's one of the drawback. So here there is nothing called hover, HOVR, that we call it as mouse hover. In Playwright, we have that option. Here you can mention hover means without clicking. Even in Selenium, we have same way mouse over, but here for everything they made it as click. Okay, this is how we need to handle this particular mouse over. This is done. Now let's move on to the next program, handling double click. For double click, everything is available. Simply, we already used it now. So instead of this, I will go to mouse event. I'm reusing it again. So I want to go to the mouse event page. Directly, you can mention the URL, but still. So we'll go here and mention it this page. I want to execute this alone. Control S. Still, we are doing mouse over only. So it should go to mouse event page. Yes, we are into the mouse event page. Okay. Now, what is double click? This is a double click. And this is a tooltip. For information, tooltip is not available in the Cypress. You can't go and keep mouse pointer above. It is not possible. It is not there. Double click, it is there. So when you double click, you will get this double click action is performed. So how to double click? Let's try to find this web element. So you have the ID. This is an ID of the, it is highlighting. Okay. So double click. So cy dot get method. It's an ID hash dot dbl click. Double click. Let's see that. Very easy one. See, double click action is performed. That's what double click. Now we will see the right click. I'll copy this, try to keep it as a separate test case. So handling right click. So where we are going to do the right click. So in this application, we want to right click on right click me. See, this is like right click. If we get an option, that's how we are getting the backend code is not properly written. So it's like you right click, you're getting some option, right? Like that. You're getting three options: registration form, alert pop-up, mouse event. First, we want to right click. So I have to inspect. Don't right click and check for inspect like how we do. It will not work because it's a right click functionality. So you have to go to inspect. In this option is available. See here. Click on this. Move to right click. So ID is right click. How to do is very easy. Right click. We are going to do cy dot get, and it's an ID hash dot. The method name is right click only. So still action is not fully performed. After navigating, see, we did a right click. The main objective is done, but not fully done. You know, when you do a right click, you have to select an option. You have to select one option out of this as you wish. Maybe I want to go to the alert pop-up page. I will use contains method again. You select the alert pop-up link. So cy dot contains dot click. So mouse over. Yes, it right clicked. That's why it came to the alert pop-up page. So this is also done. First we saw mouse over. It is like clicking on every link, using the link text, either full text or partial text, that particular link. Then double click, it's DBL click. Right click means it's a right click and selecting the value. Everyone good till now? The element is not visible when cursor move to eyes. Please explain. Which one, buddy? This one. This one. Mouse over.
In Cypress, time travel.
Okay, tell me this one. Okay.
In Cypress time travel.
Okay. Yeah. Few things that it's not display. When we do the mouse over, it will not display. It should display, but you see here when
This I button. This I button.
which button?
This.
This means what? This
Three. Line number 3. Step number 3. I button.
this one. Okay, fine. Icon. It's not a button. This element is not, so it is unable to identify that. It's a hidden web element, we say. It's a DOM structure, hidden DOM structure. Sometimes, see, it is able to, that's why you can see that red color on pin symbol, right? See,
Yes.
you can,
It's not some.
sometimes it will not, because it's a hidden web element. It is unable to.
Can we go with dot trigger?
Dot?
Trigger.
That's the next one.
Okay.
Wait. So next one is drag and drop. Again, I'm saying drag and drop is not supported in Cypress. It is deprecated. Suppose you go on Google it, drag and drop Cypress. So there is an add-on. This 14 TW Cypress drag and drop. Trust me, it's not working. I have tested it. In all YouTube videos, these guys explained with this one, it's not fully completed one. It looks very easy. Actually, we have to install this particular plugin like how we did for XPath. After that, you have to add this into the comment.js. Then what they are saying, this is the source and this is the destination. So in other word, drag and drop it. 1 minute. So like this, drag, drop. This is what they are saying. But what is the problem is, it's not working. Or in another word, it is drag and it is not dropping it. So please don't follow this document. I tried multiple. See, only it from the source, it is dragging the target item, but it is not dropping it. And we can do that with X and Y coordinates. This and all, they have mentioned it. And they are also using the move web element. This is something like mouse over, but all this is deprecated. Remember, it is deprecated. It means no longer the Cypress supports like XPath. This also will not work, but at least XPath, if we install the plugin, it is working, but drag and drop not fully functionable. So there is a website called I think DHTML, please. Drag and drop. Okay, see, if you want, you can try this particular URL. So what, see, we have to pick the capitals and put it into the respective country. So let's take Washington. When I drop it here, see what happens. The color changes to green, right? So this is what drop, but in all the YouTube videos and in some places, what they say, they will put like this, with this, they will complete it. When you run the code like this, it will be done. So it's not fully completed. In the code, when you see the screenshot also, it will be like this only. It's not fully properly tested. I seen multiple authors. Everyone did the same mistake. So if you want, you can try the code, which is already mentioned in that website, drag and drop, but it will stop till this. It's not a fully completed one. What you want, you should get this one. Then only you can say that you have successfully completed drag and drop. I have tested the same code with 3 application, everything. It is picking it, but not dropping it. Even chat GPT, it is saying like, we can't do that. So we have another way to do that. That is what called trigger event. We are going to trigger the mouse event. Let's see that. So I will try to use drag and drop. Handling drag and drop. So the URL on writing, I will hide the chat. Refresh. Okay. Paste this. I'll remove it. Remove all the stuff. I will make this alone to execute. So first, what we are going to do, let me execute this and see whether it is launching that particular application or not. Yes, HTML grids. Okay, we're getting it. Okay. Now, let's go to the application. So I'm taking with Washington, one web element, source, and the target is US. Right click, inspect. So even the position changes, the ID will remains the same. It is box 3 only. If you refresh, Say it's about 3. 1, 2, 3. So ID. So first we will check whether these web elements are there or not with the help of it. I'll check this ID hash whether it is displayed or not. Should be dot visible. One web element and another web element. United States. Draggable box file, everything. So don't go with the class, you'll end up in trouble. Go with an ID 103. So I'll copy this values 103. So this is nothing but the city. And this is nothing but the country. In specific US. Okay. Control S. We'll make sure it's not a hidden object. Okay, Pakka. It's working. See, it is highlighting. Good news. It's perfectly working. Now we'll go to the console. We have something called trigger event. So what I'm trying to do is I am trying to first go to the first web element. What is that web element? This one. Go and find this. Here I'm going to trigger. So let's go to this, go to the documentation. Always come to the documentation. See, trigger is an event of DOM structure. It is unsafe to chain further commands that rely on this trigger. So you can mention the event name like mouse down. So trigger mouse event on click. So it's similar to clicking on it. Don't try with touch star or something else like this. How to use, they have clearly mentioned it. So from one position to the another positions also, you can see the event and the position. Top left, top right, everything we can go for it. We can also give X and Y coordinate. So see here, mouse over, mouse down, mouse up. Maybe I should try this mouse over. Maybe we try this at the end. We will give a try this mouse down, mouse up. Like this, we can do it. Drag and drop, given to test. They have already given the code here. Slider using the trigger from mouse down to right top. Those things. So it will be a little bit confusing without any doubt. I'll put it directly. So what I will say, I'm going to click on it. This first web element, I'll say mouse down. And we also have something called a new parameter. So, okay, the first one we left click. Okay, I will give a try. So this is the source. This is the first web element. From that, you're going to, later I will take it. Let it be as it is. I'll explain it. Then you're going to trigger. You're moving mouse move trigger mouse up. It worked. Okay. So this is like you're taking the setting from this. So you from the mouse you have taken. Now it is similar to you have taken like this. You have taken like this. And then in this place, what you're doing, you're moving that and dropping it mouse up. With the help of trigger event, we can do it. Again saying this is also not a stable one. It's like a trial and error. You can try it and come for a conclusion. Sometimes, see, even with additional parameter, I tried it. Some code I will get it from ChatGPT also. Without that, also it is working. Down, no. So what if I mention this one? Remember where you have to move it. That's what very important. In this place, we have to move it and drop it. Mouse up means you're taking your finger out of mouse means what will happen? Mouse will come up, right? Mouse up. That's what the meaning. Mouse down, clicking, moving, dropping. Is it clear to everyone how to handle this particular drag and drop? So when you do, you try with this and see how it works in real time. Now what I want is simply hover using this just on curiosity using trigger. So what I want is we just now saw some code no. So that button trigger. Oh. Hmm. Trigger mouse over dot only. Let's see whether this one better or not. Very good. It's not working. So what it says, okay, forceful row means good thing. It identified the web element. One more time. So hidden element. Not every time. It's okay. So I'm just checking all the other parameters. So till now everyone has good thing. Mouse over on this web element. We say and link tooltip. So I want to find this web element. ID is that text box. So using the get method, hash symbol, let me check that. Tooltip means exactly the mouse pointer where no, it's not working. Okay. So what are all things will not work? Tooltip will not work. So mouse over, double click, right click, drag and drop using the trigger event. That's for today. So we almost completed every basic functionality. Still image is there. Then all upcoming class is going to be complex topics, definitely like handling multiple browser, iframe, dynamic web table. So please make sure you're attending the class without missing it. Okay. So that's for today, team. You have any queries, stay back. We can discuss on that. Or else have a nice day. Please complete the installation part. I will be adding you the assignment. Tomorrow I'll show you what end-to-end scenario you need to do it. That we can reuse it for many purpose. Like page object model, data driven. So we are going to create one end-to-end scenario flow. So that's it, team. I'm going to pass the recording. Thank you so much. So now what we will do, we will see few more things like how to handle the images, and with that we will complete the basic part, and then we will be moving into the advanced part. Definitely today topics will be a little bit tricky one, so try to focus well, and it is also highly used topic. So handling image is very easy only. cy.js. So while talking about an image, what is the most important point to remember is images consist of two types. That is, one is static image. See, this is also an image. First of all, how you say it as an image means, let's inspect it. You can see img tag. Whenever you have img tag, that is using the img tag only, we can able to design the image, and it will have a lot of attributes and value, src, where exactly the source is located, and very widely important parameter or attribute here is eld. So every image alternative text will be mentioned in the ald attribute. And normally image means how it needs to be done means it needs to be compared with another image. So I should have the expected image, and during runtime whether these two images are same or not. That is how it needs to be done. But in Selenium, what we will do, we will use the ALT attribute and compare this text. In Cypress, what happened? This is called as visual testing. They came up with visual testing in Cypress. So visual testing, Cypress. Then what happened? It didn't work as expected, so it got deprecated. So visual testing is no more. So it will not work. It will not. It is deprecated. So they just removed that visual testing from the Cypress. That is comparing the two images. What was the when we run in build one, what it will do, it will save that image. Okay, 1 minute. I'll show you the code. So again, this is a image of different JS. So what exactly happens here is, so they are doing it in a unit testing mode in a, see, okay. First we will take the screenshot and then we will try to compare snapshot. So it is having an additional plugin and all, but what is the problem is it's not okay. I checked it even in the compare snapshot and all. So that was not okay. Cypress. So you must know this important one. See, the method name is compare snapshot. See, the document itself, there is nothing called compare. So there is no direct support it is provided. And when I checked in many blogs, even I tried it, it is not working. Sometimes they will say deprecated, but somehow it will work. But this image is not working. So how we are going to validate images? We are going to validate this ALT text like how we do it in the Selenium. So that ALT text is automation means this is the image. Same way, this is a static image. This is also an image which is having a functionality. See, if I click on this, it will navigate to the home page. So image with the functionality. So let's try to inspect this particular image also. Almost all the website they use the image for logo, and you can see IMG tag and ALT Vinoth QA. So we are going to check whether this particular text is mentioned for that image. So that is what we can do it now. So let's go for it. Copy this. Okay. Validating image. Printing image. First, CY dot visit. Let's come to the URL. After navigating to this particular URL, we want to identify that image. CY dot get. So first, let's go for the robot image, and you can also see here select tab. It is also giving the relative CSS selector. You can choose that. So I'll mention it. So this will identify it. Now what I'm saying, I want to check its attribute value. Okay. How? It is with the help of should. You're saying it should have the attribute AD. See, it should have the attribute. This is related to attribute. Which attribute you're checking? ALT attribute. And so it is a chain. Part 1 and part 2. When you do that, when you go and check ELT attribute, and that value should equal automation. So this, if you check it here, see the text of that ELT you see automation. So this is how we have to validate the robot image. Okay, so identifying the web element, and that should have an attribute ELT value should be equal to automation. So let's try to run. Again, we can directly run here also the files and also all the ways of executing in different browser. Everything we will see it at the end. First, let's get familiar with the primary objective of identifying web element, handling that. Then once we have bulk of test cases, we will implement all the Cypress functionality. Handling image. Launching the application. See, you can able to see it is highlighting that particular web element, and assertion is included. So the both the values is automation. Suppose if I mention automations purposefully, now expected is automation, but actual is automations. I added is now expected, but actual is automation. So both of them are not equal. So assertion is different. Assertion got actual and the expected are not same, so it got failed. So assertion can do this, and you can type like this, or else what you can do in some of the places, you any either way you can do it. Same way, we are going to validate the logo image. We'll try to follow the same way. So let's go to this logo, and you got a relative CSS selector. I will copy that, and it should have the attribute. Which attribute? ALT attribute. And so it is like adding multiple condition that should also have the value equal to this one. Okay. If this is there, then what if I give attribute? Yes. Logo, you can click. We'll try again. Will it work? Let's check it out. Okay, so previous command. So when we use this should and with that it dot DOM structure didn't receive. So it is unable to read that DOM structure. Previous command was and. So after and you cannot go like this. So what I can do is you can add. So you're going to click on that particular logo. I'm giving it as a separate comment. See, now it validated the robot image, validated the logo, text, and clicked on it. So this is how we have to handle the image. It's straightforward, and this is the first time we are trying to use the attribute things and its value. Everyone, good? Just drop a message, yes. All with me? Okay. So exactly how we do it in the Selenium automation, same thing, but additional comment here is that how we are going to retrieve or validating the attribute value. Okay, this is done. Let's move on to, so all these falls under the, I can say, basics. So you may think, is it a basic? Yes, all whatever we learned now, I'll put that into the basics. So I'll try to put everything into that, because again, upcoming topics, it's all advanced only. Every class going to be quite challenging one. So advanced. And make sure you're doing everything inside the E2E. So basics while program. Now let's move on to the 13th program, that is handling the popup dot cy dot JavaScript. Okay. So what is the good thing about popup is, first of all, we must know what is popup, no? So this is we should not say pop-up, alert pop-up, it should say. See, whenever you just go and check some website, you will get in the top of it. Nowadays, we will get two options like this, okay or cancel. We want to track your location. In many applications, what will happen? Uh, the website itself works based on the location only. So it will ask for the location, mostly the traveling websites and all, food ordering websites. Because when you tell your location only, the nearby restaurant, it will suggest in the algorithm. So their input parameter is location. So they will make, you will get it in the top of that test case. So what is the biggest problem as an automation guys is without handling this, we cannot move on to the next step. So this is like a road blocker. In Selenium and all, we have to go like driver dot switch to dot alert, click on OK. So what's the greatest thing in Cypress is it is automatically handled. So if you get any pop-up, by default, it will click OK. So you no need to add any code for that. So first, how automatically it is going to work. But suppose no, sometimes what will happen? See, it's not like every time I should accept, right? They will say like I want to follow your cookies or something important. You can also reject no. So, but by default, it is going to click on OK. What if I want to click on cancel? And this alert pop-up itself divided into three type. One is simple alert. So you will have only one option. Another one is confirm alert. OK or cancel. And a third type is prompt alert box. So you have to give some input values. It's mentioned like type yes or no. So when you click on OK, see after entering yes, thanks for liking automation. No means sad to hear no. That's something. So sad to hear it. So these three pop-up we are going to handle one by one. So in Cypress, note it down somewhere. In Cypress, alert pop-up will be handled automatically. It will click on OK. Okay. Now what we are going to do, I want to bring that pop-up now. So for that, click on alert box. See, so this is a relative XPath for that. So click on alert box, cy dot, and get the value. Okay. Either you can use single quote or double quote. Sometimes while using single quote, here also single quote is there, right? So it will throw the error. That's why in that cases I will use the double quotes. So first see here what happens, and remember how the application works also. When you click on OK alone, you will get you clicked on OK. See, that's how application will work. Now I have saved this program. Let me go to this handling pop-up. Now you see what happens. You clicked on OK. So it means what? Cypress automatically handles pop-up. I am an alert box. See, that's what the alert box. See, it's getting it. See, it is handling. See, it's not even allowing here. Okay, it's handling. It's not allowing for the cancel even in this running application. So it clicks on OK. Clicked on OK. Perfect. So what should you remember? Cypress automatically handles the alert pop-up. Okay. What if I want to handle it? In this case, it's there. And now we have a that is Cypress alert pop-up. Always check for the catalogs of event. Okay, it's an event is occurring. Okay, see this, we say event types, app event. The event comes from the application currently under the test. These are the most useful events for you to listen to. So sometimes we will get the exceptions. I will come to this later whenever we get an exception, or I'll create an exception and give a fix for it. And a window confirm. So what this is about, you will get this is window alert confirmation box. And the first one, simple alert only, we will say window alert. And what else? Window before load, window after load. Only one it is showing. Yeah, here itself they mentioned everything with the help of on method. So here we need to define that promising event. So these are all some code for pop-up. Again, the documentation will be light, little bit advanced level. Okay, we'll see that what if we want to capture, or if capture means, for example, when we clicked on this, no, so I want to capture this message. I'm in alert box, or I want to click on OK, anything as you wish. So if we want to do that, I will see by default it will do it. If we want to do explicitly capture the alert box message, okay, we have something called cy.on in this. This when you will use for events, we will use it. So just now we saw the documentation, same place we are getting it. Confirm alert. So here window first option alert. For this, I'm trying to save it into a variable alert box arrow function. Within this, I'm going to validate that particular that pop-up text. I want to validate this. If you want to display, you can put cy.log. First, what we will do it, we expect alert box. In that, it should contains this one. That's it. Let me run it again. So when you click on OK, this message also we need to validate. No? Very easy when it comes for validation. cy dot. Okay, this particular place, let's try to inspect. It's a demo 2. Contains. You clicked on OK. Control S. Let's see what happens now. This website is quite slow. Yes. See, you clicked on OK. See, this is it clicked. See, now it came, we clicked here and we got a pop-up. It is handled automatically. But at that time, what I'm doing, I'm trying to validating the text inside that pop-up and also validating this bottom one. So for that, window dot alert pop-up, because this is an alert pop-up. So this is how we will do it. The first one, validating the handling simple alert. Handling simple alert pop-up. Okay. So now what I will do, I will try to have the next test case that is handling confirm alert pop-up. Simple alert, confirm alert, pop-up, same URL. So here, what we need to do, we want to click on this particular confirm alert box. Click on confirm alert box. cy.get dot click. So what, even if I run this, I want to run this over. See what happens. You clicked on OK, right? Automatically it came, handled automatically. Now what I want is, I want to validate this, that particular message. Okay, let me do that. Capture message. We say that as a pop-up message. Okay. Again, cy dot on, this time window, it's a confirm alert box. Okay. Then what we are doing, I save this message variable to an alert message. So here, what we will do, we will try to validate that alert message to equal, or let's go with equal is also correct. Contains is also correct. Anything you can give. That's it. So by default, it is clicked on OK. And it is also validated that message see confirm pop-up with OK and a cancel button. Suppose, let's assume I want to click on, say, it's not even showing, but I want to click on cancel. So only you will get you clicked on cancel, right? How to do that? See here, we have to click on cancel button. So if you want to click on cancel button in a flow, first you need to bring that pop-up now. So first of all, clicking on OK. Now again, I should click on this, click on cancel. So I'm clicking on that button. Now click on cancel. How to do that is cy dot on window confirm, and here that I have function, make it as false. If I mention false, that's it. Automatically, it will go for the cancel button. So if we get a cancel, then you clicked on cancel that message, we need to validate it, right? So this is the object, validate cancel message, cy dot get dot, it should contains, you clicked on cancel. Okay, let's run this. See here, you clicked on cancel. It means what? First, it clicked on this. That particular message is validated. Now I want to click on cancel means the code for that is here. Instead of this is for message, here I'm making this particular arrow function as false. If you make it false, it will click on cancel. Only two options are there, okay and cancel. Even in any application, track or don't track, allow, dismiss. Definitely you will get some pop-ups which will have only two options. So this is also done. Let's move on to the next one. This time I want to handling the prompt alert. For the same website. This time, see, this is what the prompt alert box. So let's try to click on that. Let box. Let's see what happens. Okay, it's running this one. Why? Okay, it is running all the three things because I didn't mention the value. So now we are in trouble. So if when you get a prompt alert pop-up, it is not able to click on OK automatically because it needs some input value, then only we can proceed further. So either you have to click on cancel. For that also we need to add code additionally, or else for clicking on OK, you have to type either yes or no. So how to do that? And it's not handled it. See, it's still running. When I click on OK, then only it got passed because it is waiting for that yes or something to proceed further. So note, click on OK will not work. It will wait for the value to enter. Prompt, it will wait for the prompt value to continue. So click on OK button will not work automatically. It will wait for prompt value. Just for example, I will say yes or no. I will upload all these programs to click on OK. So I think when you read this message, you can able to get it. So what we are going to do now is we want to enter this value. Yes. See, this code needs to be added before that pop-up comes. When this pop-up comes, when you click on this only, you will get that pop-up, right? Prompt alert. So before that, it needs to be added. Prompt code needs to be added before occurring the event. So how to do that is, it's a window pop-up. You're getting some window, okay? See, it's not on, it's a window. You can able to see, get the window object of the page that is currently active, and then cyd and try to create a function with some variable on that. So we can use the same way. You have a window, then to a particular variable, arrow function, or you can type the function. Inside this, we have something called stub. So yeah, I want to see the code of that. So it is going for API testing. Okay. Then window. So here, this is for remote new object tags. Mhm. Code is not there. Okay, no problem. So you're trying to create the stub. Say use stub. It is a replace a function recorded its usage, control its behavior. So this is going to, yeah, we have that stub here. What is stub? So you have a function, we are going to replace that one, and we are going to control that behavior. So you're creating one stub. Say stub. So stub. It needs, again, we already know, we save this to a variable when, and what type of alert box. It's a prompt. In that, you have to type value. So there is no type method. It is a return. Returns. Here you have to type yes. See, because without typing yes, see, it is not working. So you have to type yes, and then automatically OK will work. So thanks for liking automation. We should get it. For that, we are creating a stub. For that, it's a window option. You get some additional window. See, again, see, it's not a part. You're getting some out of that one. If you see, it's not within even that execution. It came for the entire runner itself. So some additional thing we are getting. So that window, in that you create a stub. I'm going to take a control of that window. What type of window? It's a prompt window. In that, type yes. That's it. Now let me click on yes. Let's see what happens. Okay. You'll add only it handled. So we got this and it clicked and you got the message. The thanks for liking automation. When you will get such message, unless you type yes, then only you will get it, right? So that's what here also mentioned. Now let's try to validate that message. Okay. This one, thanks for liking automation. Demo 1. Okay. Validate the cy dot get. It should contains. Okay. So this also I'll put it into the top of the program. We are going to handle this. After that, verifying that successful message. Let's run all three together. First, simple alert. Next one, confirm alert. Third one is prompt alert. So handling the all the three types of pop-up, alert pop-up, we are done. All passed. Step it contains thanks for liking automation. Suppose if you want to type no, what you can do, you can give no. You want to capture the message. I think here you can use that one also, how we did here. Expect that particular contains that message. So you can do whatever you want. This is how we need to handle the pop-up. Now, okay, fine. Let's move on to the handling the web table. So what is that web table? See, this is a web table. So you see in the most of the applications, they will create something called HTML table. So for image, img tag, like that, we have seen so many things, no? Same way, image tag, input tag, select tag for drop down. Same way, we can also create a web table. For that, how it can be done? Table tag. So if you want to have table tag, starting tag, end tag. Again saying, very important topic. We are discussing this. Without knowing web table, you cannot touch any of the application. But a very tricky one. Again saying very tricky one. You have to listen this recording again. Try it by yourself. I'm not giving this as an assignment, but you have to try it by yourself. See, you have a table. If I say a table, normally, what is a table? Which will have row and column. So this we call it as rows. Row, how it is represented? tr tag. Take this here. Tr tag. And in that row, you will have the column, right? That is, we call it as td tag. And what does this th means? It's heading. This is how web design is done. You see, th tag, company, contact, country, and you have row 1, row 2, row 3. Suppose I don't want this data, I can remove it. Run it. You see now, just went no. I'll remove this. 2 rows. Now I want to add it is. So first tr. Tr means what? It's a row. In that, you can see some line here. Actually came, but it's not visible. Now I will add td. Automatically it is not coming. So company, let's put Google slash td and TD. Contact HR. I Google a lot. Country US. See, it came now. This is what? Table. Very simple. Backend code. Based on this only, you can see this table everywhere. I will show in many places. So you have a table. In that you have a body, head and body. See row. You can see row 1, row 2, row 3. Within that row, you have column. What else? So 1 minute. Anything or daily gainer. This. So these are all tables. You check it here. See here, table tag, head and body, body means this one, which is having rows, and which is again having columns. So this is what a web table. So where we will handle is we'll get a web table where you will have a column names, and this is a share market website. It is showing the company name under which group, previous closing price, present price, percentage change, and it is sorted in the company which is having more change in that value. And you not sure which row it will come, so it's not like so this is a static, every time here only it will be there, it is not going to change. It's a demo website, but you see real-time application, after few minutes you come and see it's not like every time this will be here. Maybe you see, like 300 plus will be there. If this changes to 0.02 mean or 0.3, it will come here. So very dynamic. What is our duty is to identify this particular one and click on it. So this is also a web table. So it's a very dynamic one. We have to identify that particular value. In this example, you can click on this or you can retrieve it. But any web table, one unique value should be there. So the unique value here is company name. Okay, tell me, if for our company, what will be the unique value if we have a table, employee table? What will be the unique value? Any one unique value, tell me. Put it in chat. ID, what ID? Email ID. Employment ID is our unique ID, right? Yeah, that's it. You all on track. So when you work with the web table, what you should do is first go and understand first it's a web table or not. Yes, it's a web table. And next, what is that unique value? Here it's a company name is the unique value. So let's try to do this code. This one I'm going to do. Examples, I can say you have a table, you have a body, a row. What we are going to do here, which is the unique value, country is the unique value. 196 countries. So what I am going to do based on the country name, I am going to choose this. A very interesting program. Of course, it's going to be tricky one. This case 14 and the webtable.cy.js. Okay, let's take this code. I'll put it here. And web table. Dynamic web table makes it's by default, we can say that. So I'll take this and I will also ping you the URL. So first, what we are going to do, once we launch the application, first step, locate the web table. So how to locate that web table? You have this inspect. Go forward, this one, select up. See here, this is the CSS selector of this web table. When I click on this, see it is the dot orange color, no selector. So I advise you guys to use the selector. A very useful one. So let's try to find it. cy.get that particular one. See here, I'm going to totally follow a different way using then concept. I'm trying to save this to a variable with a dollar symbol. See, enables you to work with subject yield with the previous command. So everything will be saved into this particular thing. It's not entire object. It is saved to this particular variable that is called table. Now, if what does mean? It's a table. Now what we need to do, we found the entire web table. Iterate through rows. So what we are doing, the approach is identify this web table, iterate every rows. In every row, iterate every column and try to find whether you're getting the mentioned value. If you found that value, click on it. This is what the algorithm. What? Identifying the web table, and you're trying to read every row, keep it with you. Now when you consider first row, every column we are checking. So it means what? All the rows and columns we can able to access it. And then if the value we can able to find that, then what you need to do that, okay, I found like, okay, let's take Argentina. If I find this value, then go check this. This is what the end product, final step. So first I want to iterate through rows. Already we have the table. See, when you use then inside this Cypress, we can't use it directly. So what you need to do, we have to wrap it because it's an explicit assertion, then expect. So when you use then, you can't directly use Cypress dot something. You will not get so many Cypress commands. So what you need to do is you have to wrap that particular web element. We paste. Now you have the table now. It's find means filter criteria. I'm going to filter something. You have a lot of web elements. In that, I'm trying to find what? I'm going to find all the rows. How? See, you have this. Let me try to do it. You all okay, you already have this particular. When I enter, see element 1 matching, nothing but the particular table. So this is like double slash in XPath like this. Here it is greater than symbol. You found this after that T body. Enter. See one element found. After that, I want TR. Enter. So totally 197 rows are available. See here. It is highlighting in blue, right? So 197. So already we found the table. We found the table which is here. Now in that table, you're trying to find the row. That is this one. So what this will do? It will try to retrieve every row value. So I want to save that. There is something called each. So each here we are going to save everything. So row value with the dollar symbol and the index. So I'm going to iterate one by one row index. So here that object, okay, row 1 object will be here. This row 1 object, everything. In that, I can have index, column index. So 0, 1, 2, 3 like that. Okay. So I iterate through rows. Then what we are trying to do is we will try to iterate through columns of columns, I can say. the keyword itself within each row, because there is a method each and within and all available. So what we are saying is, you found the rows, no? Okay, when row is equal to 0, all values are saved. When row is equal to 0, column I'm mentioning, means row is equal to 0, every value, every column data I want to retrieve it. See, you have this row, no? This row, no? See, row. Here, I want to find every column. It's a TD. And suppose you want to find it in this place. See here, first row I will take first child. In that TD. Highlighting now. See here, it is highlighting. Suppose I don't want first child, nth child, maybe 3. See third, 1, 2, 3. This is that meaning, nth child. Third row, in that TD. How many TD? 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 elements will be there. But remember, index, it starts with 0 when it goes for elements. So like this, we are trying to write it. Now, we never know in which row we will get the value, no? So we are going to iterate it. How? You found the rows and it saved it. So this saved it here. Now, one more time, you're going to wrap this and we will say when the row is 0, at that time, find all the PD tag. And again, you save this with the help of each. So let's go and see what is each. See, it's iterate through an array like structure arrays object with length property. Automatically total count we will have it. So we are trying, it's like a for each. So that's what here we say it as each. For each only the way. See, this is what I'm doing it. Wrap it. Use Cypress command. See, you can't directly use the Cypress, so we have to use the wrap, then only Cypress commands will come. Or else you will not get it. Whenever you comes with then and all. So again, the same thing. Now I can say column or I can say cell also, comma, and see column index. Okay, one more bracket, I'll put it. And then arrow function. Oh, sorry. Okay. So first we identified the table. For that table, we are trying to retrieve the rows. In that particular row, we are trying to retrieve each column. Now what I will do is, I will display all the cell data. So how we do it is cy.log. Again, this particular, when the, what is this? 0th row, 0th column. At that time, what is the value? Dot will retrieve the text of it. Hopefully it should work. I want to execute this particular program. So yeah, this is what I want. See now what exactly we have it is. Let's go to the top of the program. So website and using the highlighting, right? That's very important. These are all some better features we have it in Cypress. So you found the table and you wrapped it in that. This is a body. In that, see when a row index equal to 0, in that you're trying to find all its column. See, it's divided. See the difference. And then we are trying to retrieve visited country, capitals, currency, and the primary language. Same thing. And when it comes for this row, TD, these some values are not getting this because this is nothing here, no value, right? It's just a checkbox empty. Afghanistan, Kabul, and all these values. Like that, it is for all 196 countries, it is displayed. So it means what? We can be able to first find the table, in that all the rows, for each row, all the columns. For now, what is this? This means by default row came, column came, 0, comma 0, 1 by 1. This is like nested for loop. I is equal to 0, like that. 0, comma 0, 0, comma 1, 0, comma 2. So what we got it, all the values we got it. Now I'm going to do a specific condition. See here, if this value, see, this is the value, I'm writing a filter criteria, includes. So in JavaScript, it's a includes, not like contains. Contains a different meaning. Includes India. If we found India at that time, what I'm doing is I'm just trying to uh, um, to print this. Okay. See here. See here. What does this meaning? This is nothing but the TD tag. Totally, how many TD tag till find? The meaning of this is from here to here, you have 5 elements. So this, if I mention this means what? It is equivalent to that row, which is having 5 column. So now EQ method, I can use it. So in this, I'm saying, we'll remove this. CCY.wrap, that row, when you filter with ED, you will have 5 column using EQ method. When EQ dot 0, let it be 0, okay? If it is 0, okay. If it is, let's put 1, what will happen? Control S. So yes, first time alone it's taking a little more time. See, it came till, let's go back. Yeah. See here, EQ equal to 1 means what? It's India, right? So we found it. See, then only EQ is 1 means it's an India. 2 means New Delhi. 3 means, so if I want to retrieve the value means what should I do? I have to mention dot text. If I mention dot text, we can retrieve that value. So for what is our requirement? We want to click on this, no? It's a checkbox. So its EQ is 0. And then we want to check that. Force check. Directly check is not working. So what I am doing is, let's display all the value. And then we are checking that EQ is 0, checkbox. So in future, you will come with a scenario like you want to enter a value here, or you have to click here. So at that time, what you will do? EQ, you have to check this execution and identify how many elements found starts with the 0. Let's see what happens. It worked, right? See here. It worked. It's selected. So let's go to that code. What is plus is becomes a minus for Cypress. A lot of logs sometimes confuse us if we don't know the concept here. You wrap it. Yeah. Here, one more thing I forgot to say. TD, it is TD no. Here, if you see TD, then why you mentioned input is because the application behaves in that application, how it is designed, you have, if you inspect it, well, let me inspect and show you. See here, you have TD. In that TD, it is not in the TD tag. You have an input tag. Inside the input tag only checkbox is available. So 5 elements we have it. That's why what I have mentioned. You in that particular row you found where India is available. No, in that row go to TD input tag, which is nothing but this one, and the EQ is 0. Suppose you have some text. You want to retrieve this text means in that place what you have to write cy wrap find TD alone is enough because there is no input stack. Okay, it is a strong stack said. Sometimes it will work. If it is not working, what you need to do? Greater than strong and get this value. Like that, if you do alone, it will work. See here, what happened is we mentioned to retrieve all the text, but Indian rupees it came. Only few India came, but some of the values it didn't display. Because why? Because there is here input tag, strong tag, and this is not all directly we have it. So some values we are getting it. So we have to modify a little bit on that particular object identification, and here this place alone you have to do it. First object, second object, third object according. If you want to type something, enter value means it will be typed. If you want to retrieve some value means it's a text method. So this alone, if it's a radio button, if you want to uncheck means here we have to put uncheck. You are having a drop down, select that. So that's the difference. So till this step, it's a common for everything. Till this step, till this step. After that, you're trying to filter. In our example, we have seen employees, right? So our employment ID or email ID, we are trying to find that in the table. And once we found that, what we need to do, in which cell we are going to click or check or drop down select, accordingly, we have to modify. This one step alone, it will vary. So this is how you need to handle the dynamic web table. Is everyone clear? All good? The next topic, that is iframe. So what is iframe? Iframe means inline frame. So here we can go to this from the bottom third one. So this is an iframe. See why this particular concept is used in the web development is you can able to view multiple web pages in a single view, in a single browser view. Almost all the modern web-based application we have to use iframe only, taking from Facebook, Twitter, any social media app, Instagram, even any timesheet. So they want to create separate entity for that iframe will be used. It means For example, this is one of the web page. This is one web page. This is one web page. 3 web pages. I'm trying to combine together with the help of iframe. How we will know it's an iframe means, see, when you right click on something, you can see inspect page view source like this. But when you right click on an iframe, you'll get like reload frame and all. But still, the easiest way to find, go right click, go to the inspect. In this place, Control F, search for iframe. So when you search for iframe tag, you can see totally 3 iframe tag is available. So the first tag, you see how it is designed. Inside this one document, which is having the head body. So this is the first iframe. And the second iframe, this one. Again, another web page. Head, body, such things. Frame number 2. And then frame number 3. Totally 3 iframes are used in this example. And we are going to see how to handle this iframe. And the first important point while we discuss about iframe is Cypress doesn't support iframe directly. So you have to install some plugin, then only iframe can be used. So iframe Cypress. So npm. So this is a plugin, we need to install it. See, add iframe supports to Cypress. So first step, what we need to do, we need to install this plugin. Without using this plugin, it will not work. One small example, for example, there is something called iframe, cy dot iframe. See, it is not coming anything. If I mention, it's not there. See, frame, no. At least frame load, no. So it means what? That iframe plugin is not installed. So in order to do that, let's try to install it. Let's go to the terminal. Okay. The command directly they mention, this is what we need to copy paste npm install -d Cypress iframe. Let it install. We'll wait for some time. 2 packages audit 176. So it means the installation is completed. And what they said, in your Cypress or support or command.js, add either like this in every test case or else like this. So what we can do, we will go to the command. It is clearly mentioned command.js. So here we have command.js. In this place, what they are saying, then only it will identify. They are asking us to add this one or this one. Anything is fine. So I'll add it. After adding it, now we can start the program. So let me go for advanced test case 15 handling iframe .cy.js. So now what we will do is, this is done. See, if you want, so here 3 frames are there. Frame 1, frame 2, frame 3. It can be identified with the help of the frame name or the URL. So I will type and show you. First, let's try to create a sample test case. So let's try to code this. And for iframe, what we need to do, we need to add the reference types equal to Cypress -iframe. See, it is mentioned in the document also. You can check it. You can import it in the main Cypress file, or else this also will work. But why I am always adding, see this reference on top of your, if you why you want this, then only auto suggestions will come. Of course, you can add it in the global.js, but still have this habit. Now, automation suit handling iframe. See, simply I will type cy.I. Now we got iframe. See here, we got iframe. cy.frame load. Only these two methods is sufficient to handle the iframe. Okay, let's learn that one by one. So what is our requirement is we have three frames, frame 1, frame 2, frame 3. Every frame we can identify with the help of name. So when you inspect, you can go on the control F, iframe. So you got a two of this one is, you can see source. You can able to identify this with this particular URL, and the name of this is home page. This is the name given to that, and let it be. So I'll try to keep that here. One is this particular home page. Another one, second one, it is pop-up page, and third one, it is form page. So what I am going to do, simply I will enter some value in this particular frame. After that, I will come and I will come here and see, this is frame 1, the frame 1, frame 2, frame 3. Either you can directly click on this particular frame, some particular button. Okay, I'll click on this button on frame 1. Then what I will do, I will activate this frame and enter this value. So in simple, another word, what you have to understand, it is like how you're going to switch between the frame. So let's go in this sequence, frame 1. First, okay, all this is added. Let's try to launch the URL. So URL is launched. What is our first duty is this frame, this particular, which is also called as home frame. So it's a home frame, and itself clearly said what is its name of the home page, iframe home, this one. So first, handling home page iframe. What I should do first, I have to activate or load the home page iframe. So what is the command is c dot frame loaded. So in this place, mention this. That's it. And it's clearly mentioned. See, you can give the particular name. So now what will happen? This particular frame, we have a lot of frames now. This particular frame, it will be activated. So in this place, I want to click on, okay, let's try to click on this link. Click here to view the curriculum. So if I click on this, what will happen? In this place alone, you can see like Selenium Online 20 plus something. So let me try to inspect this. It's a link only. If you see, it's a tag link which is mentioned inside a button. So what I will do, first, we already activated that frame. Now in which frame we are going to perform the action. So in the iframe, so you're saying activate this particular iframe. First, you already activated. It means you have already loaded. After loading, what you're doing, iframe dot you want to identify a particular web element with the help of it's a link no. So I'll go with the contains method. So click here to view course curriculum, then dot click. So that's it. So it's a compulsory. First, we have to load that particular frame, and then with that frame, see frame load with that frame, whatever you want to perform in that frame, you can go to like contains, find all other things one by one. You can do it. Okay. Let me try to run this. So, maybe- okay, we do testing. Handling iframe. First, we are navigating to the mentioned URL. Sheet page is loaded, all three iframe loaded, and it clicked on that. See, it clicked on it. But remember one thing, while working with iframe, when you want to use the time travel, after that it will not load. See, this problem is an existing problem in the Cypress. When you want to, what exactly happened at every step when you use the time travel, this is, we call it as time travel. The iframe, you will get like an empty like this. So this point, remember, okay, what if I don't load this and directly try to do it? Let's try. I just commented that code and executed it again. Okay, it is working. Very nice. Okay, let it be as it is. Now what we did in the framework. Now I want to enter first name in frame 3. Frame 2, I'm leaving as it is. Let me close this. So what I trying to say after clicking here, so it's loaded actually. Now in this frame, I want to enter some value. So for this, what we need to do, we must know the frame name. Then this one, it's a form page. See, it is highlighting the third one. So from here, relative CSS selector, I'm directly adding iframe. So the frame 3 in this place, what we are doing, we are trying to, till now we used get method. No, you're saying you found a particular frame, in that try to find this value. Try to find that, and then it's now going forward as usual only. It's a v dot visible dot type. Okay. Let me press Control S and see what happens. Okay. Let's see what happens between frame 1 and frame 3. Page is loading. Frame 1 done. Frame 2 is also done. See, but remember one thing. I don't know how it worked. Directly by mentioning the frame, we are doing it. But to be frank, first we need to load this frame. Suppose if it is not working, you can use like this. It means in the latest version, it is working like that. But before and all, we have to load the frame. So you can do anything, whatever you want to do within a particular page, but make sure that particular frame is activated, that is cy.iframe. So you're saying go to this frame. After that, it's a link, means you can mention contains, or if it's other web element, means you're trying to find that using get method. No, like that here find method. In that, whether you're going to check or select or whatever you want, you can do it. So this is how we need to do the iframe concept. Is everyone good till now? Just drop a message, please. So that's it. That's about the iframe. So we are done with all the types of web elements which we want to cover. Now, little bit into the concept. I'm just increasing some of the advanced, adding some of the advanced concept which is widely used in the Cypress. From now, it is going to be like not tough. It's a very small setup we will try to implement with the hooks concept. So what is hooks? Hooks means, again, I'm saying it is a hooks. This is available in all the programming automation, not programming language. In all the automation tool, this hooks concept is available. In Cypress, we have 4 types of hooks. Maybe I can add it here. There's case 16 hooks.cy.js. See, what are all that hooks? One minute. Okay. So we have 4 types of hooks. Remember, what are the 4 types is? Before, after, before each, after each. If we put it in a hierarchical way, before each, after. What exactly this mean? See, you want to execute a particular piece of code as a prerequisite, maybe connecting to a database, you want to connect to some properties files, Excel sheet, or you have to create a test data. So something before that you're doing. So what is the difference between before each? I will come to that. Before means before you starting the test case, you want to do some setup. After means after completing the flow, maybe you want to delete the used test data, disconnect the database, properties files, anything, or after you have to generate the report. So this is how it is widely used. See, based on the situation, we have to use before each, after each. If you want to compare this with TestNG, it is nothing but an annotation. Before suit, after suit, before method, after method, before class, after class, before group, after group. Like this, we have it. No, here we have 4 only. That is before each, after each. So what I'm going to do, very simple test case, we try to create it now. So, okay, I'll add the Cypress. Now, describe book sponsor. Okay. So in the describe, what you see, we have a three test case. Test case one, you're going to log in into the application. After you first you have to launch the application, log in into the application, and you're going to register the user, log out, close the browser. Another flow, launch the application, log in into the test case two, like maybe book flight ticket or something like that. After that, log out, close the application. So three test case, let me create it. First, using it block, test case one. This is to register the user. I'm trying to teach that particular concept without any code. So what I'm trying here is cy dot log. I'll say user is registered. So you created a test case. If you want to run, what will happen? This will run without any doubt. So let me run and show you. Expected output only we are going to get it. That is user is registered. See, we got it. So here, one more test case I'm going to add. Of course, this is having two step. One is launch application. Another one is login into application. So first we will create a three test case, and then I will try to implement all the three one by one. Its concept. So first register user, then book flight ticket. After that, cancel flight ticket. Flight ticket. So user is or tickets are booked. Tickets is booked. Then ticket is cancel. No, cancel flight. Ticket is cancel. So let me run this. All three, it is running. See, anyhow, it will run. There is no code. Now, what I am saying, I want to run a set of step before every test. See, before each test, I want to run. Maybe, for example, we can consider login application. So the login application for this and this, for this, all the three test case, it is common. So what I can do before each it block, I want to run that particular login application. So login application and then register user. After that, logout. So logout for every it annotation. So after each, you have to add the logout. So what I will do, I will try to add that now. So first scope, that is before before each in the before each, let's try to log in. Simply I want to log in into the application, so I'll add cy dot log. I'll say login application. So it means what? Now if I run this, see the results. First, what happened? Before each login was executed, then next operation. Same way when you go for this test case, before every it block, before each will be executed. Same way after each. After each, it's a logout. So automatically logout functionality should work. One is login, another one is logout. So now I will run and show you what happens. This is similar to in test-ng before method, after method. In not reading lines. After each bracket list. Now using what happened? Test cases user is registered. Before that, login application user is registered and logout. So again, test cases for first one is registered users. Again, one is book this flight, and you see login application, tickets are booked, ticket is booked or something, logout of application. And third test case is for cancellation. But first still login application, flights is cancelled, logout of application. So in nutshell, if you want to execute any particular test case before every it block, so it will be executed before all the it block. So before every it block, before each will be executed, and it will be executed after all the it blocks. So before each, after each, we are done. So till now, all good. Just drop a message. Now, it will be very useful in the real time. So now what I'm saying, I want to do some particular steps, which is common for all the this one. See, this is before each. So login, register, logout, login, book flight, logout, login, cancel flight, logout. So before every it block and after every it block, before each, after each will be working. But now what I'm saying, there is something called before. So before, what this before will do, it will be executed before before all, okay, executed before. So how can I say this? Before each, no, for each, wrongly said, before all the, oh, it has another meaning. It will be executed once before all it blocks. Okay, it will be executed just only once. Remember, after means it will be executed once after every. So it means what? Maybe launch application. I want to launch the application just once. After that, continue this flow. Once launch application is done, once everything is done, I want to close the application. So it means what? It will be executed once before all it blocks. So it is before annotation. In the before annotation, we will let me put launch application. So you're going to launch the application. Now cy dot log. I will say it as launch the application. So now let me run and show you what exactly happens. See here. First, it's showing, see here, even though here it is before, it's mentioned before all. Okay, don't get confused. This will be executed only once before the first 8 block. So we may have n number of 8 block. Before that, only once it will be executed. See, login, launch application. After that, login, user registered, logout. After that, it is went with before each, after each, before each, after each. See, login, booked, logout, login, cancel, logout. Now, I want to run one particular step after completing all the 8 block means we will say that as an after. So after, I may say close application. So now what I will say, application closed. Application closed. Now you see what will happen. This will execute first, and before each, then this test case after each, and then before each, test case 2 after each, before each, test case 3 after each. Once every it block is completed, then it will go for after. See ya. Before all and followed by before each, after each for every test annotation. Once everything is done, you see after all. But here there is nothing called before all, after all. Before means it's an all. So in another, in if you compare this with Selenium, before each is nothing but before method. Before is nothing but before class. So that's about the oops concept. So everyone good till now, please just drop a message. Okay. Just give me a second. What I want this. I have already created the assignment. What is my assignment expectation? I will show you. Just give me a minute. See, yeah, I just copied this one. So I will create one folder. Register demo. This one. Control X. And put it here. Okay, fine. So try to see this. This is what my expectation when you do the assignment. So first, the same assignment, the registered demo flow, how I am handling. If you want, you can re-watch this video recording again, take the snapshot, follow the same process. Very simple. So we are using everything as CSS locator and we have automation. So it block launching the application. After launching the application, we are mouse overing, that is navigating from the home page to the registration page. After that, we are validating the title. See, title means I can go with should contain equal. So I just want to show you the combination of everything in a single one. Like you include means it should have equal means it should be exactly same way. And in that some word means contain. You can also use include. It's up to you. And once we navigate from home page to this demo site page, we are validating the URL. After that, we are entering the first name and then last name. After that, mail radio button, then drop down, Here I am selecting it as a country, and if you see for everything, before performing something, after performing something, it is like a compulsory, make this as an habit. You're checking whether it is displayed or not, enabled or not, selectable or not, like that. And once it is done, you have to tell, yeah, you should have that value. So what you're saying, after entering this Vinoth, you're checking whether the value Vinoth is available in that field. Same way for last names. And for radio button, you can use dot click method or check method. Either one, it will work. I'm going with the check method and checking whether it is checked or not after clicking on the radio button. Here you can mention even click also. So what I'm doing is, so from we are launching to the home page. From the home page, we are navigating to the registration form. I'm trying to fill all the mandatory values. That is, this one is, when you do, you have to do it for all the field and the mail. After this, handling drop down. After that, I went to this one, but you have to do everything. And after this, email ID. After this, what I'm doing is, you have to enter here, go with the send keys and enter the value, future date. And this one, everything you need to do. So when, for me, what is most important is now country, that course interested which we want to select it. So we have 6 buttons. So what is the requirement is, I want to uncheck a particular one and select a new one. So very easiest way, first let me uncheck everything so that I don't want to code anything specifically for DevOps or Java. What is our thing is, we have to check something. So first clear everything. This is one approach we will follow it in the project. And after that, you're going to select the Java check-in. See here, the check-in box. It should be visible and you're checking. After that, it is checked or not. What is the value of that? Same way, functional testing. Not this one, it will go. Once it is done, okay. Verification number. This verification number, that is get this input. Here we are adding 99. No, let me close this. This one I want to retrieve and do it dynamically. Dynamically means during runtime, I want to split it. After splitting that, what exactly that value, I want to know that. 1 minute, I have that code. Okay, this one, I'm trying to add this dynamically. So in this place, when I'm using the XPath, I need to add that equal to Cypress XPath. Okay. So what I did is, see here, I'm trying to retrieve. See, sometimes you can directly retrieve the value, but sometimes when you see an object like this, what will happen? Directly, we cannot identify it using the CSS selector. So I went with the XPath selector. And then even you can use contains method, so that tomorrow if this 99 changes to something else, this will not work. Actually, this is also not fully efficient one. You can go with the contains whether example is there or not. And once you find that web element, try to uh, get the inner text value, which we call it as invoke text, and save it to this particular variable, which will nothing but example colon 99. And then nothing but this is that particular value we will be getting it. Verification number. So here it's, I will say that to here. Okay. After this, what I'm doing is, now that example 99, which is in this place, that I'm going to split. Split with colon means this will be 0, this will be 1. And a new value of 1 and removing that white space trim. And that is the value I'm trying to enter. So during runtime, I'm trying to enter 99. Suppose here if it is 88, it will enter 88. This is what handling the dynamically. After that, click on the submit button and then we have to validate this message, particular message. So once again, the same, I'm trying to get the text value. After that, what I'm going to do, using the expect method during runtime, what is that value that should contains, this is the actual value, this is the expected value, this is the actual value. This all concept we have seen it in validating the text. And one more thing which I want to convey is, if you want to retrieve this and split it means identifying, this is actually, it is retrieving not entire value, it is retrieving the this full value as a function. Actually, this is in real time, you will not have such type of issues. You will not get it because this is me only developed. I didn't follow some coding standards. So sometimes I want to here display some dynamic number. So I return as some function so that it will try to concatenate to this particular next gen. So whenever you refresh some dynamic number, it will generate it. So I made a function like that. So that is why when you retrieve it, what is happening? It is retrieving even that function, but in real time, you will not face that. You will get the accurate value from that. Once again, what you can do, you can use the same concept, hyphen, split it, and what is the transaction number, trim it. You can do it. But for now, what you can do is just validate this particular registration form is successfully submitted. This is more than enough. So this is an end-to-end flow I have created. Let me run this. And then what we will do in this, now we are having all the values as hard-coded value, right? I will parameterize a data-driven framework, page object model, everything we will go one by one. So where it is here. Home page. From the home page, it should navigate. Navigate it. After that, it is entering all the values. Yes. The place text. Okay, okay. I got. So what was the mistake is I already saved this value. I think you no need of this. Directly you are giving this to this one. Nothing but you will get example 99. In that you're applying the split method. Okay. This text is not needed. Initially, if you see the approach, I will try to do that with the hard coded value. Then increasing like how can I retrieve it during runtime. So I forgot to comment that code. Yes, perfect. Yes. See now, let's glance this flow. Whatever we covered, everything in a single program. I applied it here. We are launching it. After that, we navigated to this particular page, nothing but this page through this option, mouse over, and validating the titles, URL, expected URL. After that, entering all the values. See, all this actually mandatory value. When you do it, you have to do it for all the values. and the country selected as India. After that, email ID, we entered the email ID. You see, enter the email ID. Then I'm just make sure I uncheck everything. And then I'm going with the new selection, like one is Java, another one is functional testing. After that, what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to retrieve the value from here using text method, and trying to split that, mention that second part of the value, that is index one. Here 99 is type. After we submit, it is navigated to this URL, and I'm retrieving again with the text method. See, this is what I said. You're getting like the functions which I have written inside this. With this, you cannot split or do whatever you can. Whatever you want, you cannot do it, because this is a totally wrong. In real time, real application, you will not have it. In real application, you will get this one accurately. So again, what you need to do, you have to split and take this value. You can check this alone using the contain method, two dot contain method. So end-to-end testing perfectly working. So this is, you need to do the same thing. What is the difference additionally is you have to code for all the field. So you go through today's recording, take it as a reference. Definitely you can create an end-to-end scenario. Is everyone good till now? Okay, perfect. Now let's move on. So what we have done is hard-coded value in real time. We will not do like this. So from now, I'm taking you to like a real-time project, how you will work on it. Till now, we learned just bits and pieces of every concept, how to handle the text box, radio button, checkbox, drop down, everything. Now we made it as a test case. In this test case, how can we what to say, read from the external data source like test data? This is a hard coded value. No, I don't want this type of hard coded value. I want to send it from the external source. So here in Cypress, what they are doing is they have something called fixtures. Fixtures. So test data needs to be given as fixtures file or .json file. So what they are saying within the curly braces, key and value, key and value, key and value, like that you have to give the value. So this is one of the drawback of Cypress. If you want to use Excel sheet, means then additionally you need to write a program. You have to convert that Excel sheet to the .json file, and then that .json file only you can use it. This is one of the biggest drawback of Cypress. Some workaround is there. We can use even database. We can use Excel sheet, but at the end, what you need to do, you have to convert that to .json file. This is the test data. Now I am going to see everything. You have to keep it inside the respective folder where the test data is there, in the fixtures folder. So first, let's try to create a test data for like registered demo data dot JSON. Okay, but they followed everything in the lowercase letter. I usually start with uppercase, like how we do it in Selenium. So within this key and value, what are the key and value? Let's try to replace every hard-coded value. First one is URL within the double quotes, URL, key and value, comma. After that, this is nothing but title validation. I will remove rest of the things. Okay, I'll remove it. First, let me create the test data. I will say this as title validation colon the value. Why that single quote will look okay. Okay, I got suddenly confused. After that, this is nothing but the current that URL validation. validation. After the first name, last name, first name, then last name. After the radio button, directly we are saying male and female. There is no need of giving it from the one. So then comes the location, country, country. After that, email ID, email ID. After that, this and all directly we are giving, automatically handled. Submit button, and we have to validate this successful message. Successful message. Okay, test data is created. Like how they have already given some example or something. Same way I followed it, created a test data. So it needs to be created inside the pictures folder. So registered demo flow is there. I don't want to disturb this. I will be using this again and again for other concepts. So Control C, Control V. I want to rename this as registered demo, maybe parameterization, because this is called parameterization. I'll remove this. Okay. So registered demo parameterization. So no hard coded value. We are going to use from the external test data. Okay. So now what we will do, see here, one important thing to remember. Okay, we'll go one by one. Just now I taught you how to create the hooks concept before each, after each. So I want to load only once before all the test case it executes or it blocks it execute means I will use before. And here usually what we will do within the start hooks concept. So we will mention loading the test data, comma, and we will write arrow function. No, when we mention arrow function here, while reading from the test data, it is not working in many cases. So I'm saying loading the test data or loading the picture file, comma, here what I'm saying, let me create a function like this rather than arrow function. Now here I will go how to load the, see how to give this or else it will not work, not at all. That's how for all the batches I'm getting the same error. So I confirmed it even in the latest version. So first we want to load the test data which is available in the fixture folder. So we can directly call that fixture. So it means automatically all the paths are set. We need to mention the file name. The file name is registered demo data, not even needed .json. If you mention the file name of that JSON file, it's more than enough. So I'm saying if you find this and one more function I'm writing, save everything into, I will give a variable demo data. So what I'm saying, go to this part, read everything and then save it to this particular variable. Now I'm going, see already every this concept Again, I'm going to implement. So directly I can't use, so here demo data dot URL, if I mention, things will not work out. So to this particular test file. So in this, I'm saying and creating a demo data variable. In that you use whatever the value you loaded from the picture file, everything you save it to this dot demo data. So reference variable, this concept. So we are pointing this. If you are not using again this, it will not work. It will get confused. So you're loading and saving it to a variable. Saving with the help of this concept, you are avoiding the unwanted confusion between the class attributes and the variable name. So before, so what this is the code. We are loading that fixture file and saving it to a variable with the help of this concept. After this, again here also, I will convert that to function. Okay. Now, wherever hard-coded value we have seen it, that place I should change. Okay, in this place, this dot demo data dot URL. Same way. So I don't want to validate everything. I will keep it just two things. In this place, you're trying to retrieve it from the test data. This demo data dot, it will not give the auto suggestion. It's a title validation. Again, in this place, this demo data dot URL validation. Again, in this place, here also it will come, here also this demo data dot first name. Same thing, you can mention it here. See advantage. This is the biggest advantage. And here, this dot demo data last name. Last name. To be checked, everything is okay. Now the drop down. This dot demo data, in this place, we want to select India dot country. Okay. Okay. So this is also done. After that, email ID is there, no? Dot email ID. Then uncheck. These are all direct values we are using. Dynamic value we are generating here. Finally, the expected and actual successful message. This is the expected message. Comparing with the actual message. Okay. All set. Hopefully it should work. Finger crossed. Where is that parameterization? Mm-hmm. Title, title, title. Title, what it is showing. So expected demo registration form. but include. Okay, actual and expected are not same. That's what's the reason. Okay, fine. See, you're expecting this one, and so this is the reason why it got failed. So we can change that code and will include only contains. If I put it will be even easier. Contains, which one it should contains. Okay, let's go with it and see what happens. Contain or contains, let's, yeah, now it's working perfectly. It is working. Okay, we got it. The transaction form to include that number we want to retrieve and display it. Uh, Reporting purpose. Report, yes, here already I mentioned it. So some transaction number we are doing now. What is the transaction number? We want to find that. So this is a problem. Anyhow, I'll try to fix it later. This part is done. Is everyone good till now? How we have implemented the parameterization? Now, what I will do, this is one row of data. Parameterization. What if I want to execute multiple rows of data, which is nothing but a data-driven framework? How can we implement it? Again, very easy. I will go. First, let's try to create the test data. This is the test data now. Copy paste. We'll modify the test data. Date demo data driven. Okay. So multiple data means what? It's an array. It's an array. So array means square bracket. It will start, it will end with square bracket. Now this is the first row of data. I'll try for 3 rows. Second row, third row. That's it. You want put like this. 3 rows of data. I'll just change some name though. So I'll go to in okay. So 3 rows of data. In real time, you have a mini Excel sheet means you can create that Excel sheet into .json file like this. So we have online converter, or else you can create a JavaScript function for that. It will read the test data Excel sheet. From there, it will create one file .json file. This file needs to be used in our program. Directly Excel sheet, we cannot use it. This is the biggest drawback of Cypress. So we are done with the test data. Now, registered demo is already there. The same program, the hard coded value, I will take it. Minute difference is there. Uh, this time, it's a data driven. Okay. This is within one value. You have the another value. It means for each year it will come. So here data driven means quite a different approach. Again, I'll try to make this function will work. If it is not working, we will revert that back. Now what we will do, already test data, everything we have created. So let me load that test data. See, the flow is fixed, different set of data we are going to do it for this particular flow. Understand the different parameterization. You are going to use this test data for or different test cases. Wherever you want, you can use it. So a single test data you can create for like 30 columns, and for three, so okay, like 10 it blocks. Wherever you want, you can use this dot demo. If you mention that particular key value, automatically it will pick. So handling of multiple test case means this approach is the best approach. Before you start, I will load it. But now what is the difference? You understand the flow is only fixed flow. For that flow, I want to execute different set of data. So for each, first let's try to load that fixture file. It will not come. Okay. Okay. This particular file, I'm saving it to a variable data. I'm directly using within this. So first fixture again. For each node, so everything will come here. 1 minute. Okay. So we have created 3 rows of a data. So for each we are going to apply. So first what I'm doing, I'm just reading this particular file. Then once you read that particular file, that it is saved, this entire thing, the array is saved into a this particular variable, entire array. So array means for each will come. For each. You can, or else directly we can go with for each. Anything is fine. For each, I'll say demo data. This how to everything will come here. So within one, so that is the sequence. First we have the test suite, test case, reading the fixture file as an array, and within that for each I'm doing it. Indentation will not happen automatically like in Eclipse. You have to do it by yourself. So now what we are going to do, we now in this place, everything is within this particular eat block, right? So there is no need of this keyword. Directly you can use it here. Demo data dot URL. It will work. This will not create any issue. Let me first run it once. First row alone. Yes, launching the application works means rest of the things also will work. Okay. Demo data. In this place, I don't want to use this. So contains title validation. So demo data dot title validation. After that, demo data dot URL validation, demo data dot first name here and here value remains the same. Then demo data dot last name. This auto suggestion will not come. Remember, last name demo data dot. You have to give the demo data dot country. Demo data dot email. Then successful message. Okay, control S. Let's see. 3 rows of execution. It should happen. So first name, first row of data. Yes, Anandi. Okay, United Kingdom spelling wrong. Type well. That's only right. Let's put India. Then it will work. Let's flash. So when you save some test data, it will not consider. When you modify the test file alone, spec file alone, it will go for the next. That is execution starts from the scratch. So this is how a data driven framework can be implemented. So everyone got an idea how to approach this to some extent. So now we can see the test data, see for 3 rows of data done. So we run out. So all 3 are different rows. Oh, very, 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 very highly, what to say, in terms of real-time project, every automation project, this topic is common. That is page object model. What is that page object model? Why we want to learn this particular topic? Because you see, uh, in this itself, the folder structure of Cypress, though they are saying like keep your test data here, keep your reusable method configuration here, like that, keep your test case here. So when you take this test case, parameterization, so we have a linear flow from here till the end to end. And what if some other test case also need this step? Once again, we have to code it. Okay, you can say I will copy paste the code. That is fine. 100 test case is having the same, this 3 line of code. So let's assume all the 100 test case you copy pasted. Now what happened? This object changes. So you have to go and update all the 100 times, right? So this is what the problem, not only in Cypress, every automation tool other than UFT. You take Selenium, Cypress, or Cucumber, you take even Playwright. Every tool is having this problem. In sense, and there is a no place I can go and save this value. That is the object or web element value. So what and you see, this is a normal way where we are keeping this met. This is an object identified. This is the action performed. So everything in the web element method and test method and dot click select everything in the same class. And what is the problem with this? Maintenance is very complex when project size increases. So what what is a better solution for that is creating the form based structure, page object model. So in that, what they are saying, let's create the page class. So for example, let's consider in this one, a web page. We have home page, product page, building page, checkout page. 4 pages means 4 page object we need to create it. Home page like this. And in the respective page, we need to mention its respective web element. With the help of this, we can able to create the test case 1, test case 2, test case 3. Okay, suppose all these 3 test case will use the home page now. So from here only it took the reference. So tomorrow if something changes in this one place, if I update, automatically all the 3 test case will be modified because it is taking the reference of that no. So very simple. Same thing, some modification I want to do it in building page. If I update it in one place, the rest of the test case will be automatically updated. So every object I will be mentioning it only once. So we call this objects. So when you keep every object together, we say object repository. To create this object repository only, there is a design pattern. Every automation tool will use this design pattern that is called page object model. So they are creating the page class and a test method. So page class nothing but all the objects and reusable method. Test method means test case 1, test case 2, test case 3, test case 4. Even with this 4 page, we can create 10 test case or 20 plus test case. We can do it by different combination of data flows and functionality. So that is what the main thing about the page object model. So for in our example, what is the example? First, we launched the home link, the home launch the home URL. This is page 1 URL. So how you can count based on the URL also. Now we are navigating to the registration form. Page 2. Once we complete this, automatically it is moving to the transaction page, page 3. So for this 3 flow, I have to create 3 page class. In 3 page class in the transaction page, I will add this object. In the home page, I will add this object that is navigating this object. And all the object related to this first name, last name, all these I'll be adding to the registered demo page objects. So number of page equal to number of object class or page object class. Using this, we are creating a number of test case flow. First of all, is that everyone understood number of page equal to number of page object class? That concept. All good with that? Everyone in the call? Okay. Only one. What about rest of them? Again, trust me, team. What you're learning today, even after 10 years or 20 years, that cannot be changed. Page object model design pattern. Every automation tool will use it. Only syntax will vary. You want to learn Selenium, you should learn. You want to learn Cypress, page object model. You want to learn even next some other playwright or any other automation tool, everyone will say create the page object model. In page object model is nothing but instead of keeping all the web element in a test case flow wise, what they are saying, create a page. One page for contains all the web elements of registered demo. That is home page object. Another page which is nothing but the that particular register demo object, keep it. Another page, successful message. Suppose you have one more page, let's assume like you have a mouse event where you want to add all these web elements, create one more web page object, and or just mention all the web elements to that. Using all these, you will create the test case flow. This is what the page object model. This is what mentioned here also. You see here, a number of page equal to number of page object. And this will contain every page, every web element followed by reusable method. Once this is done, then the test case can be sequenced very easily. Okay, let's start the coding part. So I'm going to reuse this register demo parameterization. We already seen this in previous class. We are loading all the test data, and here all the objects are there. Three flow, that is launch application, navigating to register demo flow. After registering it, successful validation message. All the web elements are there, just reusing, or else we can start from the scratch also. If we reuse it, we're going to save some time. Okay. So let me see, always remember, first we have to create the page object. So page object. So first one, what it is, we have home page. See, it should end with page dot js, not cy. You're not going to create a spec file. You're creating all the page file as a JavaScript one. So one is home page, another one is register demo page dot js. So three pages, then transaction page dot js. So we have done this. And there is a pattern if we want to do it. So that pattern only I'm trying to teach you now. So if we consider home page, in home page, what we are going to do, we are going to launch the application. We are going to navigate to this URL. This is what in the home page. Okay. So three objects are there. So how can I code this? So we have to create a class. So what is class and all? I will again teach you in the hoops concept. But it is like you're going to group every variables and method into a common place, which we call it as class. The class name is, just now we created home page. See, again I'm saying this topic, if you go and yeah, Hamad. We are creating a repository for each page. Object repository. If you go and check this topic in every YouTuber or Udemy course, all will follow little bit different approach. Some of them will create an object instance in the test case. Some of them will, that is again depends on the architect. So I am following a method which little bit tricky one, but you want to upskill your, like this is like little bit advanced level, and you want to make your project like large scale project like 400 test case, 500 test case. You want to create such a huge one, means if you follow this 100% very less maintenance work. And another factor what I have considered is, what if a non-technical user wants to work in Cypress? So for them also, this will work perfectly. So it is like for both technical and non-technical user, you can able to work on this project. So first let me create that flow. And later, what a technical guys can do it, what a non-technical guy means a person who have a good idea about the functionality of the application, the sequence, but not technically sound. So we can also give this framework to them. Okay, these are all the keywords. You can also create the keywords in this flow. So with very minimal technical knowledge also, they can work on it if we follow this strategy. Again, Cypress itself, 70 to 80 percentage, it's a keywords. In addition to that, we are going to create a lot of keywords here. So first, what is this? We are going to, once we create this page class, home page, this needs to be executed in the test case. So starting itself, what we are doing is, I'm going to export, that is this entire page we will be reusing it in the test case flow. Okay, so I want to export this by creating the object instance with the help of new keyword we are creating. So what this now may not, this is quite confusing one, I know it very well, but give your best. See, if there is a simple way to do this also, just dot export, it's more than enough. But if you're going to use this home page in 100 test case, let's assume in all the 100 test case, you need to create this object. Rather than creating in 100 places, let me create the object itself now and export it. So this is going to reduce little bit complexity on the overall applications. So once we created the class, what is the next one is? What are all the objects we are going to use it? So in this example, there are three objects we have: a demo site, practice automation, registration form. If you see three web elements, this one, this one, this one, this one, three web elements are there. So using enum, that is like constants value. So I'm saying I'm creating a variable elements curly braces. So within this, I'm going to declare all the web elements with the proper naming convention. What is this? This is nothing but the demo site. This is key and value pair we are creating. So we are defining an object with key value pair representing enum values. Enum means what? It's like a constant. So here, demo site. What is this? This is link key and value. What is that value? We have already inspected. So we can use that, or else in real time, we have to inspect and put it here. Then practice automation link. Why link? Because the same name may have it in the text box, you may have a drop down. So it will create a confusion. So I am giving some additional prefix, suffix, suffix, that is link. So next one is practice automation. At the end, you will know its work. And this is what automation. Then registration form. So registration form link key and value. That's a three object we have initialized. Now what we are going to do, this three step, I'm see what number of web elements, whatever it is there, we have initialized only once. It's done. Now the reusable method we are creating. So this is nothing but navigating to the registration form page, right? So I'm creating a method. Navigate to register demo page, a method. So inside this, what I'm going to do, I'm using all these code. Now, in this place, what I'm going to do, I'm going to replace this. That's it. So that tomorrow, if anything changes, I will come and update in one place. So that very less maintenance work. So how can I replace this place? Very easy. This is enum, right? So what we need to do, that particular elements dot, and it is demo site link. And sometimes by default it will add this keyword, but it is not adding it. I will add it. So again, yesterday also they are someone asked why this is mentioned. See, you are creating, you want to use this test data across multiple if blocks, means I have to give scope to every test suite, test case, enum method. So if I mention this, then what that mean? It's a reference variable, so that we will not have any error. So this is what that this useful. So in the same place, what I will do, this dot elements dot, it will be practice automation linked. Then the next one, this dot elements, it is registration form. That's it. So we created a reusable method. So in the main test case, we will, if we call register to navigate to registration for demo page, means this code will be automatically called. Now I'm going to change little bit on this, and of course we can add some sysort message. I'll say like register demo pages display. So now I want to call that here. So now how can I do? Very, very easy. This is where the importance of anyhow, in real time, we will complete all the coding and then go for the test case. But now I'm trying to change a little bit different way. Then and there, you're trying to do a little bit of unit testing. So we already created this home page now. This home page, I can call that you put dot, and before that it's not giving auto suggestion. Okay, dot, it's not getting, no, that usually we have to call that one. Normally we will get that particular thing. It's not getting, so I'll try to import it. Import, I want to home page. See, automatically now it came no home page from this. Okay, so now all this is nothing but a class. Class, if you want to use it, that class name dot, now you see navigator, right? That's it. So no more this code is needed. So this method is more than enough. So it means in 100 test case, definitely you want to navigate to this page, means you will be mentioning this. Suppose tomorrow one particular web element changed, means what we need to do. Maybe this changed, or this particular automation is changed to automation. So I no need to worry about anything. If I come and change this particular web element, all the test cases whichever referring this will be automatically updated. So it will pass. So very easiest way, this is an approach. Keep this point alone in your mind. One object needs to be initialized only once. This is the cheat code. If you're not following this, you're going to break your, or you're going to spoil your framework. It can be, if you have 1,000 web elements, it can be defined only once, or 1,000 web elements in different class. No duplicates. That is the main core objective of this. So in this example, we have these objects. We did this. And every home page again, in this place also, I don't want to type, because we have to assume like someone who doesn't know automation or Cypress comments, if they want to work, means then they will not have any idea about cy.visit. No, for them also we can create some additional code, right? Launch the application or navigate the application, anything we can give. Let me go with the really launch application, you will get the URL and this code. Let me put this here. So input parameter, whatever you are passing that, it will come and mention it and cy dot log application is launched successfully. So two methods we are done. Okay. So we created respective page object, created a class. Enums means like constants. All the web elements I have initialized with suffix is very important, or else we will get confused while calling it in this place. And then its object trying to create every functionality as a reusable method, launch application, navigate to registration forms, and so on. Now what I will do, I want to replace here. So we already know it is in the home page dot see launch application. And here I have to pass the URL. This dot this, that's it. So let me try to execute this. Still we have to do for everything. Just now we started and let's make sure that our script is working fine. Oh no, I should have renamed the existing file. That's fine. I should have mentioned as page object model. Okay, do that now. This one now. So say control V. So that if something goes wrong, we should know what is page object model. Should always have the reference code. Okay. Okay. Don't want this. So let's run this. And remove this. Because I used to read a lot of blogs and see some better idea for the present batch. For the previous batch, I didn't teach this way. It was totally different way. Now I changed the approach. See here, this test case actually full flow it is going to execute, but what we did first a few still we didn't complete and we got the log see application is launched successfully. Registration demo page is displayed. So it means what? Every functionality we created. So if in any other test case we want to do it means we have to create object instance like this. If this is not done, see, since I already mentioned as a new object here, or else what you need to do, you have to create an object in this home page dot something like that. You have to create class name, object name equal to new class name constructor, which is again you need technical knowledge. But now you can tell to that person, okay, if you want to use home page, just mention that page and the method will be there and pass the test data. Here we can hard code it, but I'm directly using this in the parameterization. So anyone can do this. For this, no technical knowledge needed, only application knowledge is sufficient. Same way, let's try it. The home page is done. The same way I'll try to do it for register demo page. Again, try to learn this flow. First, we have to create the class. This is a register demo page, creating a class. First itself, what I will do, the main thing, let's try to export this module by creating the object instance. Okay. Or else we will forget this when we keep on coding it. And then next step, what we need to do, all the objects, let's try to declare it. You can keep any name here. I'm using elements or web elements, whatever you want. So title validation URL will create the method. Then you have first name. Okay. First we'll go with all the first name. So if I say first name, it can be label, no possibilities are there. So just for my understanding, I will say it as a text box. Like how we said initially as a link, this is text box. Then last name, text box. Even you can okay, and value path. Why we are in, I remove this. Okay. Okay. Got confused between equal to one. Then what web elements we used? Make radio with button BTN. If you have, of course, we have to do for all the web elements, but I'm going it for only the mandatory field, and there is no assignment on this, so you no need to worry about it. Three, drop down. And email ID. In real time, we will take the web element, we will inspect and mention it. Since we already have that value, I'm going with, again, it's a text box. So email ID is done. After that, we want to check Java checkbox, functional testing checkbox, and uncheck the DevOps. This was the flow I taught initially. So Java checkbox. Then let's try to see what is the web element here. So if you see, totally 6 web elements we have it. First one is Java. And you can see the ID is VFP21. So this one, and in the same way, let's go for the DevOps also. We want to uncheck this, no? So I can use the same thing. It's a DevOps and the number will be 3. And then next one, functional testing, it will be 4. You have to inspect or you can use SelectorsHub, anything is fine. So you have, see this also you can use it. This one is functional testing checkbox. Is the 4th one. And then comes what else? What else? This handling of dynamic web element. This one is wrong actually, because as per the logic, this will keep on changing. That is the number we have to mention it here. Okay. If that's the case, then if that's this is wrong actually. This is wrong because it is coming with that number also, which is totally wrong. This will fail in future. So I'll try to create a relative XPath. So I will use the contains method. In the text, what is the value? Example. So how many values we have? Square bracket, no? C/start and totally 791 object. In that, I'm going with contains method, particularly looking for the text. In a text, example. So it means two object we are getting. One is this here also example. Here also example is that object one, object two. So here I am using the indexing concept. The first one is the above one, second one. So second one is this one. This is the value we should give so that it will work in any scenario. So I can see this example dynamic text. Example dynamic text folder. So here I'm going to use the XPath. Then I should also send the XPath in the bottom, or else this will fail. Require XPath. While creating the object, you're saying I'm going to use XPath. Then what else? We want to mention that in this place. No, this is verification number place. Verification num text box. And then what else? Submit button. So all the web element we first initialize. Okay, perfect. So this is done. Now comes the main part, that is every method we need to create. So validating the title, let's create that also. I can say validate page title. So I'll get the title, this code. I'll mention it here. I'll pass here. And then validate the URL. I'll say validate current URL. I will get the URL from the test case because it will vary according to the test case, no? And again, yeah, you can also mention cy.log. So as of now, I will decorate everything at the end. Let's go with the method. So this I will save it. Now let's try to replace this and then unit testing. Import register demo page, automatically it came. So whether we are able to get that dot validate page title. Page title you can hard code it or you can pass it from the test it. Same way. Current URL. Validate the current URL. Okay. So if this works, then like two page integration we have done correctly. Page object model. The same test case, if you can replicate it, means you're ready to work in the Cypress project. So it's working fine. Okay, perfect. So it's using that one. I didn't mention the log. We will mention that later. Now going back to this first name, I can say enter first name. So we need the first name value from the test case. So this is what that flow. I will mention it here. such a big one, no? Always try to have like this easy readability. So that in tomorrow, if we want to mention force and all, it will be confusing. Now it's very easy for readability also. In this place only, we are changing into elements. See, automatically this is added. Elements dot. It's a first name. See for first name text box. So this value we will get it here. Tomorrow, if object changes, I will go and touch this place around. That's it. And remaining place, we don't need to worry about it. If you see this logically, what will happen? It will enter the value. That value will go here. From here, the object will get it, and it will check visible. It will type that value and also verify it. After verifying, if we want, we can say like cy dot log simply first name entered is, I will put concatenation plus this one. So that in the result, we will get first name entered as whatever the value we are passing it. Same method, I'll do it for first name is done. Then last name, we need to do it. I'll copy paste. So in this place, it's going to be the last name, and then here, last name text box, passing the input value. Okay. If something gets failed, we can correct it later. Okay. This is done. Now, this is also done. Next, radio button. So what name we can give? Select mail radio button method. So what's the code for that? This is the code of that. And mention it here. And then I will put down good readability so that whether we have to apply force or not, now it will be very easy. Any other assertion, we can add it and do whatever we want. So this one is elements dot mail radio button. This is done. After that, we want to handle the drop down. So what name we can give? Select we can give. Select country drop down. So we have to pass that country value. This one. So okay. So in this place, country drop down, elements, country drop down. So first it is checking enabled. Once it is enabled, it is selecting that value. After selecting that value, it is checking that one. I can add all the sysort message and all. That is cy.log. Then email ID. Email ID is a text box, no? So I'll add. That naming convention is very important. You have to imagine 10 developers is trying to create 10 web pages from 100 pages, almost like 250 test case. If we want to create and club it together, means every 10 members should follow proper naming convention, everything. So that when I merge, every code should look like it is developed by a single person or the same team. You should not have any deviation. Adding here capital S, no. That naming convention is very, very important. Oh, this is one. Enter. Yes, email ID. Email ID. So what is that code? This is the code. Okay, element dot email ID text box. If it is visible, then type. Actually, after typing, see, this is why we should follow the some pattern so that easily we can understand. See here and all, like two assertion, three assertion. But after selecting whether we did, yeah, we checked, but here we missed it seems. So what we need to do first, we have to should have value, that particular value, it should be there. Email ID. After entering the email ID, actually we have to select the Java checkbox, functional testing, and deselect the or unselect the DevOps. So in real time, what you need to create, you have to create a two method check Java checkbox, uncheck Java checkbox like that. But here I'm going with the single one due to the time concern. Java checkbox. I'm using check. You can use select also. Then if you're going with select, deselect. It purely depends on what your lead is going to say or what is the naming convention already decided by the team. So no input is needed for this. I'll try to get the code from here. In this place, elements dot Java checkbox. See, for this only I said no, that in suggestion it will be easy for us while reading. First we are checking it, and after visible checked whether that value is Java is very important. What if it is not there? So Java check is also done. Then it is functional testing checkbox. Functional testing checkbox. So this alone will change. Functional testing. Spelling functional testing T capital. Okay. For us it will fail. We have to come and fix it again. Check. Now I want to uncheck this DevOps. So uncheck. Uncheck DevOps checkbox. Check and uncheck. That was the name we are using it. And here we didn't code, we just unchecked everything in a single go. But this is how, when we go for framework, some additional code we need to go for it. We can't use some shortcut. So let me code it. cy.get. That object is, it's a DevOps checkbox. First, what I'm checking, it should be visible. After visible, I want to uncheck. After uncheck, I should check that not be checked. It is removed. After that, I should check the value there is. This is what the expected DevOps function is. We are checking all the combination. And now this is done. Handling verification. See here, we are not going to pass any of the input value. If we call this method, what it should do, it should go and read this. If whatever the 2-digit number it is there, it should retrieve that 2-digit and mention it here. So the code is here. Let me copy. So better name for this is, I can say, handle verification number. Verification number. I'll mention code as of now like this. So this is the place we mentioned this dot elements dot example dynamic text. It is saved to verification number. And after that, what we are doing, we are trying to split that and trim it in entering the which element it is verification num text box. So handling verification is also done. One last method, click. So for click, you will use click submit button. So in this place, elements dot submit button. Dot click. Okay, fine. Okay, see, we did mistake it or it should close here now. It happens like this. So let's put like this. Indentation is one of the problem. When you keep that mouse pointer, some rectangle, it is highlighting, no? So if initially it was here, so it's definitely some error would have been got. So sysort log message, we will do it later. Now we'll go for the coding. If you are going to use this again and again, very easy. See, dot. It is enter. You're going to enter the first name. That's it. No more needed this. No need to type this again and again and again. Just like that. Enter last name. This is also done. Then the radio button. Select mail radio button. That's it. This is what reusable method. This is like after development is done, we will have the test case flow, test script or test case step by step screenshot. We will create the test case flow accordingly. And handling drop down, country drop down, you're passing the value. I think I can complete before that. Email ID, email ID and enter email ID. Yes, please don't disturb me. This is not possible. Then this is check Java checkbox. Then one more time, it is check functional testing checkbox. And we want to uncheck now. After check everything, we want to deselect or uncheck. Check the DevOps checkbox. That's the flow. It is unchecked. That's it. And handling all these number, handle verification number, then click submit button. Still one more page is there. Let's try to execute and make sure this is working fine. Page object model. Let's remove it and perfectly it worked. One more. We have this one validate. Let's try to complete this also. This one is transaction page class. I will first export this module. Export. Okay. We will have the again elements. We should have it only one element. Elements equal to enum. So what is that web element? Successful message. Okay. Message, it's a text. Think this itself will work. I have tested it. Now for this, we have to write a method. I'll directly write validate successful message. So we need to get the message. cy dot get elements dot successful message. In this place, it should contain this expected. I'll say this expected message, right? Actual message and the expected message. We are trying to validate this. In this place, what we can do, first we have to import it. Import the page. The page is transaction page. Automatically the things came. Now here dot validate that message. What is that message? This is that input. We are getting it from the test data. Okay. It should work. Oh, it's executing. Page object model. See now, yeah, it's working. Okay, so now let's try to add the sort message. So in simple, the number of pages we are going to use, we have to create the page object for that page and first initialize all the web elements using the enum. Enum means for declaring the constants value. And then every functionality, I'm creating this reusable method. Of course, validate page title, we can also use it here. See, this remains the same. No, for example, I want to validate the page title here or page title here. Which one? The home page. It remains the same. If you think logically, see that code. What is there in that code? Where? Nothing. cy dot title. It's a common for everything. No web element. So you can use this again in home page also. Current URL also. Some methods will be common. We can copy paste. What is takeaway point is selecting of the method name. Again, that will be already defined by the lead, whomever you're going to work. Now, sysout message. Let's complete this. Here, I'm not mentioning that sysout message because that will be a very big message. In this place, I'll say like mm, what we can say, page title is validated. Page. Current URL is validated. First name in first name entered is this one, last name entered. Then I'm just focusing on entered value, email ID entered is this one. Okay, let's go with sequential. So what we should say here, m- made radio button is selected. So here, in country drop down value, values. Always whatever the input we are using, mention that. CY dot log Java checkboxes, select or check anything you can say. Unchecked. Y dot get. What you can say, verification. Okay. And then CY dot log submit buttons. Click. Okay. This is done. This is done. Okay. Validated the successful message. Actually, here you have to pass that actual message. I'm not doing that. So, okay, everything is done, done, done. Let's go for the execution. Okay, we got already error. Okay, which test case? Register demo page test case, line number 90. Line number 90. Okay, typo error. So every time when I pressed Control S, it was executing in the back end actually. So let it complete and then we will see the log message. So let's see that log message. See, successfully and displayed, title page is validated, current URL is validated, first name entered. This is what important. Then last name entered, mail ID button selected, email ID is checked, functional checked, DevOps is unchecked, verification number is handled successfully, and you can see the respective things. Validated the successful message. So everyone good till now? Any questions? Please let me know.
Congratulations on completing this entire 10-hour Cypress automation course. Now you have a solid understanding of Cypress fundamentals, real-world automation scenarios, and framework design using page object model. So you are equipped to automate web application, handle complex UI interactions, and confidently face Cypress automation interview. If you go to the home page, just scroll down, go to the QA interview questions and answer. I have already generated the Cypress interview questions and answers. You can go through all these questions. These are all most widely asked interview questions. Remember, automation is built with practice, not just theory. Keep applying what you have learned, build small projects, and continue improving your skills. Thank you for watching this entire course video. Wish you a great success in your automation testing journey. Happy learning.